Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a minute or two after 9. Let me call to order the committee meetings of the Macon-Bibb County Commission for Tuesday, November the 10th. Let me start by reading this little notice about the meeting schedule. Out of an abundance of caution, the Macon-Bibb County Commission committee meeting scheduled for Tuesday, November the 10th, beginning at 9:00 a.m. will be available to the Macon-Bibb County Commissioners by video conference only. The commission chambers will be closed to the public and press in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, the public and press may only access the meeting simultaneously online at www.maconbibb.us or www.facebook.com/Macon-Bibb County. With that having been said, the first our meeting schedule today we'll start off with the Committee of the Whole, and the Committee of the Whole we'll start that with a couple of announcements about where we are with COVID and numbers, and I'll get a report from Spencer Hawkins. Then we've got several other items on the agenda for Committee of the Whole. We'll move then, after that is over, to Facilities and Engineering Committee. Following that, we'll go to the Public Safety Committee, and following that, we'll go to Operations and Finance Committee. So we've got 4 committee meetings today, and I anticipate some lengthy debate on some items in some of the committees. So bear that in mind as we go. Any other items that we need before we get started? Hearing none, this will convene the beginning of the meeting of the Committee of the Whole. And let me start, as I said, with a couple of announcements and call on Spencer Hawkins to kind of give us a COVID update and let us know where we are with the numbers and what's going on. Spencer, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. Currently, we're at a plateau over the last 2 weeks. Our current 7-day moving average for the latest date of onset for October 27 is 16. We've been kind of hovering between 16 and 18 for the last 2 weeks. The same goes for our cases per 100,000. We're hovering between 160 and 170 for the last 2 weeks. The good news is it's not really going up a lot, but the bad news is that it's not going down. So it's critically important that as we move into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, that we really stress the importance of not socially gathering, no mass gatherings. If you don't live with that family member, they're not a family member for close contact. You need to utilize Zoom, FaceTime, anything like that. Continue to wear your mask, continue to wash your hands. It's extremely important that we continue these efforts to continue to slow the spread of COVID-19. You also wanted an update on our PPE. To date, I'm going to give the 2 big ones that we've been handing out, masks and gloves. However, we have done everything from masks to face shields to gowns to thermometers. But we have distributed between our community partners, between our emergency management partners and our community, just over 360,000 masks and 244,000 gloves through our partners, for a total of just over 600,000 pieces of PPE. In total, for those 2 items alone, emergency management has been managing the complete warehouse inventory that's right about 878,000 pieces of PPE that we've been managing over the last few months. We are starting to stockpile some of our major supplies like the masks and the gloves. We've got just over 171,000 masks and about 100,000 gloves that we're stockpiling in the case that we get a second wave as it comes through around the first of the year, so we can be ready to go at a moment's notice. Those are my updates for COVID-19, sir.
Do any commissioners have a question or comment for Spencer?
Yes, sir, Mr.
I will.
Mayor. I do.
Commissioner Allen, was that you? I'm sorry.
I hope I don't sound like this.
Oh,
Great
Commissioner
Commissioner
Tillman,
Allen.
sorry. Sorry. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. Since March of 2020, we've listened to our EMA director come on here week after week and give us updates. Most recently, a month or so ago, we talked about the numbers going down so we can begin to get back to issuing licenses. He has failed, and this administration has failed to give us or him to establish, after I've spoken to him, a hotline number or phone number to report wrongdoers, those folks that continue in clubs, nightclubs, and gathering places to report these things so that whether it's the sheriff department, the health department, or whoever can go out and make corrections and put people on notice. And so I would ask this entire commission today and you, Mr. Mayor, to establish that. If it hasn't been established, people need a hotline number. If we're going to be serious about COVID and correcting these issues and holding people accountable, those of us that's wearing masks and that's doing everything right, and those that's doing wrong need to be held accountable. So we have to establish a number, a hotline number where these folks can be reported. And I respectfully ask for that. Hopefully, you all can establish that once again, because I've asked for it publicly and in private. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And that's fairly easy to remedy. There is a
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
Mayor, if I may
no, just hold on half a second. Hold on. I'll call on you momentarily, Commissioner Wynn. But we do have a non-emergency number at 911. Dr. Moffitt, are you on the line and are you able to recite the non-emergency phone number at 911, the 911 center? I'll get that for you, but that would
Sir,
be
I have
the easy.
It's
Oh, Spencer, good. Go ahead.
478-751-7500. That is the number we've been putting out. The sheriff's departments statewide have been charged by the governor's office to enforce all executive orders. And so anyone who is seen violating that executive order is asked to call the sheriff's office non-emergency number. And we've been putting that out and communicating that out multiple times through all of our partners.
Thank you, Spencer. I appreciate that. But Mayor Pro Tem, we probably have not done a good enough job from the administrative side of trying to put out that non-emergency number for people to call and report this. But I think that's the answer to your question. And we will do a better job of trying to publicize that number, 751-7500. That is directly into the 911 center, but it's a non-emergency number. So that they'll answer the call and you can report people that are gathering, mass gatherings or this, that, or the other, or not socially distancing and that kind of thing, and they can refer it then to the sheriff's department for enforcement.
I guess
now, Commissioner.
Now may I speak, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, as soon as I can get control here a half a second, so let me call on Commissioner Wynn. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Not only is that line available, I did talk to Spencer Hawkins after the first time Mayor Pro Tem mentioned this, and we talked about a number to EMA, but that wasn't appropriate. So we decided that the health department number was the best number to use right now. And in addition to the number he just gave, they can either call the health department, no special number because they couldn't set one up, but they can call EMA. So there's two numbers they can call. Maybe the problem was we didn't advertise this enough or get it out there enough, but there are two numbers they could call: the number that Spencer Hawkins just gave it, and at 911, and then you can also call the health department for help.
Excellent point. Right. Excellent point. Any other questions or comments of Spencer about his COVID report? Mayor Pro Tem, is that you still?
Just a follow-up. Do people know when they call in, do the departments know what exactly to do and how to handle it? I mean, has something been established as opposed to just we're sending an officer out? I mean, and maybe that needs to just be established because it's so simple to just say call the non-emergency number, and if that department don't know what they're supposed to do and say, well, what am I supposed to do? Go out and do what? So I think we just need to make sure that we establish that and everybody's on board, because the health department closes at 5 p.m. and
Yeah.
a lot of these violations are happening after hours. And, and so I yield, but I think, and we can talk about some of this stuff offline, but we really just need to establish that, because I know a lot of these nightclubs are in violation, and it's causing this issue, I think, for our numbers to go up.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We appreciate that. And Dr. Moffitt, if you're listening, you and I can get together with Chantel Graham at 911 and be sure that she knows that those calls, when she gets them on the non-emergency number, could be referred to the sheriff's office. Spencer, anything further from you, sir?
Yeah, just to clarify, violations of where you think they're violating COVID acts or the governor's order, that's sheriff's office, that's 24 hours. Questions about COVID, health effects, impact, contacts, that's the health department.
Right.
So the two differences, if you think somebody's violating, call the sheriff's office, they're open 24 hours. If you have questions about COVID, call the health department.
Very good. Thank you, Spencer. Next item on our agenda, actually the first item on our agenda, the approval of the minutes of our October the 27th meeting. Those minutes have been prepared and distributed. Any changes, corrections, additions to the minutes? If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
By Schlesinger and Lucas. Motion second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval of the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved.
Mr. Mayor.
I think the next thing yeah, Commissioner Lucas, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And I apologize for interrupting you, but I noticed that there is someone on the Zoom meeting today, and I'm assuming that person is going to speak against one of the items on the agenda. Has everybody been afforded the opportunity to come on the Zoom call and present testimony or information for or against all of the items that we have? If that has not been afforded to everybody, then I don't think it's appropriate for us to have one particular person allowed to come on and give testimony or whatever on a particular item. And that's just an issue of fairness. And so maybe once I get the answer to my question, then what was this open to people who have differing views on particular items?
As a matter of fact, I as chairman of the committee of the whole, made the decision to allow one person to speak for and one person to speak against, in addition to commissioners. So we've got, I think Claire Cox is going to call in on behalf of those that support.
I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Mayor.
We were not informed of that. We were not informed of that, and I got on the call.
That's what's wrong with this stuff. That's wrong.
Well,
that's wrong. It's got to be done fairly. And we have not been allowing, we've had Michael McNeil to bring us tidbits of information from different people who have opinions on things. That's how we've been handling that. But then I saw a person here who obviously, because he's spoken before against something similar, but that was when we were in the open setting. And everybody could come up, could sign up. But unless both sides of an issue have been invited to be a part of this Zoom call, it is not fair to do that.
I think, Commissioner Lucas, thank you very much. But I think Claire Cox has been contacted and is calling in and will be on the call to represent those in support of the resolution.
Ms. Cox is on the phone. She'll be able to speak when
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, question, sir.
I have the floor, Ms. Wynn.
When you finished, you stopped, so I thought you were through. Go ahead.
No, that's not necessarily the case. Would you just please stand down?
I just stopped, so go ahead.
Stand down. Stand down.
Go ahead.
Stand down.
I'm losing control of my meeting here, y'all.
I want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, My only question is, are we allowing people, or are we making sure that both sides of an issue, when we invite someone to come on this Zoom meeting, are we making sure that we're inviting people on both sides of an issue? Because Ms. Cox is saying she was not invited.
I'm under the impression that Ms. Cox is on the phone and will be allowed to speak when we get to this issue on the agenda.
I see her here on the call. I see her just like I see you. But she is saying she was not invited. Ms. Cox, is that the case?
That is the case. I was watching this on Facebook and saw that someone was speaking to the other side and asked to be allowed to speak. I was not told ahead of time.
Okay, we got to do this right, Mr. Mayor. We got to do it right. You can't invite one person and let them speak, and then you not have equal access if we're going to do it this way. And then there are other people who are going to say, well, I wanted to speak on that issue or this issue or whatever. Why am I not allowed to do that? So let's just be fair.
Excellent point, Commissioner Lucas, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do, be fair and even-handed. And I do think you raise an excellent point. I'm not sure that the public at large has had an adequate and ample opportunity to weigh in on this highly controversial ordinance that I think you're referring to. So it could very well be that the right thing to do, the fair thing to do, may be to have a public hearing before we get down to the debate session amongst the commissioners. That may be the fair thing.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
that's a different issue that you're trying to sneak into this discussion, and it should not be a part of the discussion now. What I am trying to establish is, are we now taking a posture that we are going to allow people to come on this Zoom meeting, this official meeting, to express an official position in opposition? And are we now also going to have a person that's for? Is that our policy now? And how are we going to be sure that all of us as commissioners know that that is the policy, and when we can and when we can't? It's a friendly question. I'm just trying to clarify the situation.
Well, if I may respond, I think that is a prerogative of the chair of the committee. So we have had the chairman of committees, chairs of committees, allow people to speak in their committee meetings for, against, on different issues. So as chair of the committee of the whole, that's my call, and I think that is
a cop-out too.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't mean to be copping out, but
well,
that's
what.
Well, no, that's just my call. Now, I
let's
think
get it right then. Let's do it right.
Let me finish, and then I'll let you speak again. But I think,
excuse me, I'd like to speak too.
I'll get get there quick as I can. I think the county attorney can confirm that if the chair makes a ruling about the procedure, who's going to speak and when, and this, that, or the other, the ruling of the chair can be appealed, and a majority of the committee can overrule the chair. That's my understanding. Yeah. So if you want to try to overrule the chair and say you don't want it,
Mr. Mayor, I get so tired of you doing that. What is right, and what is wrong is wrong. And this is obvious that you've been caught trying to allow someone who is opposed to legislation to come into the committee to discuss that and give one viewpoint. And had I not looked around and had I not seen that there was nobody speaking for it, then I would not have raised the question. But fair is fair. And I think you, as presiding officer, and you've served us all of these years, you know right from wrong. You can solve this, you can settle it by allowing, if you're allowing Reverend McCoy to speak in opposition, then we'll allow Ms. Claire Cox to speak in favor. But there may be others who want to speak for or against these different items. Are we going to exclude those folks? And it's not necessarily that I'm calling for a public hearing, because I'm not. There's no way to do it now. Anyway. So I'm finished. Fair is fair.
Thank you. Thank you. The ruling of the chair is to allow Pastor McCoy to speak and to allow Claire Cox to speak.
Right.
So
right. I
that's
support you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Wynn, anything
Yes, sir. Thank
further
you.
from you?
Thank you. Finally, I think that this should go to a public forum. I know that the auditorium out there, the commission chambers, is set up for people. We just had a meeting, I guess you say, for the resolution on breast cancer awareness week, and we had people there. They were separated, socially distanced, and the chairs are set up that way. People want to speak on this topic, not just these two people that are here today. There are a lot of people that want to speak on that. This is a very, very hot topic in this community, and it needs to be addressed by the community, not by just two people that are on this meeting. I think that we need to move forward and have a set up some kind of, if you have to put it out in front of City Hall, let people come to a public forum outside, be socially distanced, but have them have their day to say what they want to say about this. This just doesn't need to go forward through us. This is a community issue, and they need to speak to this.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. If you got a comment,
I was gonna sit back and let the ladies fight it out, but
I'm not fighting, Mr. Allen.
Commissioner Lucas, Commissioner
I
Lucas.
am not fighting.
I'm
I'm in my suffragette uniform today. I am not fighting.
Commissioner Lucas, please,
Yes,
no comments
I
unless
apologize to all
Thank
of
you.
you.
Thank you. Don't speak until you recognize Commissioner Allen has the floor.
I honestly believe we've had issues like this before in government. I assume Ms. Lucas has. She's been here for a long time. I know I have, other commissioners have. I think a public hearing was something that this divisive, that people want to get involved. And all the emails we've all received, I think we need to have a public hearing and hear from everybody, and not just us as 9 commissioners and the mayor make a ruling on this. I think we're at the wrong place at the wrong time with this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. And believe it or not, y'all, we're not even to that item on the agenda. So if I can kind of proceed through, I understand that Commissioner Bivens is indicating he has a comment and would like to be heard. Commissioner Bivens?
Yes, sir. I agree with Commissioner Lucas. I think she raises an excellent point. These are two different things, but it's disappointing, though, to hear you say that fairness is a prerogative.
That's not quite what I said, Commissioner Bivens. What I said it was a prerogative of the chair to allow people to speak or not to speak in a committee meeting other than commissioners. Right. That was the prerogative of the chair. So
motion to amend the agenda. I mean, since it's all on everybody's mind, let's go ahead and knock it out now.
I would much prefer that we move in the order that we've got this. And
I don't think anyone will be able to hear whatever it is you have to say, because everyone is ready to talk about civil rights and anti-discrimination, in my opinion of reading the room. But
that's your opinion.
Come on, y'all. Let's have a meeting and exercise order and decorum, please. That's the best way to handle this. Next item on our agenda is.
Was that a motion, Mr. Mayor? I think, were you making a motion?
I did make a motion to amend the agenda.
And I seconded it, that we take up that item now.
So there's a motion and second to amend the agenda and to take up, I'm certainly assuming, item 5, which I think is going to be a fairly protracted conversation. I think. I mean, and I was trying to get through a couple of other items before we got there, but in an effort, Commissioner Watkins has moved and Commissioner Lucas has seconded the motion to take item 5 up next in our committee. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll, and that way we'll determine whether we've got a quorum and how many people are here with us today. I should have done that at the very outset and to establish a quorum before we voted on the minutes. But that's okay. Better late than never. So let me ask the clerk to call the roll call vote on the motion. So this is, don't say here. This is actually a vote on the motion to amend the agenda to take item 5 out of sequence and make it next on our agenda. So, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll by district number? Can you do that? Go 1 through 9, and we'll see who's here. And vote yes or no. Yes to change the amendment and vote on this item. Take this item out of order. Next, or no to leave the agenda as it is. So, call the roll. Yeah, I think you're
Okay.
muted.
I am. Okay. Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Schlesinger, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Bibbins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Shepard is not with us today. Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman, how do you vote?
It doesn't matter. Yes.
Yes.
No.
I gotta have a yes or no.
You gotta vote yes or no.
Abstain like I do.
I said
No,
yes.
that's a yes if you do that.
I
I
said
know
yes. Yes.
What'd you say?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So 1, 2,
Up to
3, 4,
votes.
5 to 3 is my count. Was that right? 5 to 3. Okay. So the motion passes. We also know that we've got 8 commissioners on the line. So we'll go to item number 5, and item. Perhaps it's not too late.
Not too late for what?
Okay. So we'll go to item number 5. Rachel, are you pulling up and showing the caption for item 5? Yeah. So item 5 is an ordinance to amend Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the Code, now reserved for the purpose of establishing protections against discrimination in places of public accommodation. It has 4 co-sponsors, Commissioners Schlesinger, Lucas, Watkins, and Tillman. At this time, I'll turn it over to the 4 sponsors to let them discuss the ordinance. I'm sorry, to discuss the ordinance that they are proposing.
Okay, well, I will take the lead on this, and I'll be brief. We're not inventing the wheel here in terms of the legislation. Similar ordinances have been passed in Atlanta and Savannah and Statesboro and 8 other municipalities, around the state. And that's what we're basing this on. I also want to, just say that this has absolutely nothing to do with schools, public or private, contrary to what you may have read or may have been led to believe. That is not an issue in this legislation at all. So I've asked legal, our county attorney's office, to walk us through the legislation itself, just so we get a clear idea of what we're really talking about, rather than what people who aren't in the loop say that we are talking about. So Michael, Duke, I don't know who's going to take the lead on this, but just walk us through this and take your time so we all can fully understand.
All right. Yeah, I'll be glad to, Commissioner. And if it'd be helpful, I could share my screen and I can have the language I'm referring to up while I'm reviewing it with everybody.
Yes.
Give me just a moment, please. My Adobe is being difficult. There it is. Okay. Share screen. Okay. So this adds, I think it's 6 or 7 sections of code. It's, yeah, 7 sections of code. It's fairly brief overall, but
Before you tell me what was added, could you tell me what protections against discrimination exist on our code today? Could you frame it like that for me?
this entire article is new. So
Okay.
we don't have anything specific to discrimination in our code right now, other than things like referring to procurement, for example. We have, you know, credits for disadvantaged business entities and things like that, but we don't have anything like this in our code right now.
And I guess I asked that because this mirrors the 1964 Civil Rights Bill with the exception of gender identity. When we talk about public accommodations, I guess if you can go over that definition as well, it seems to be confusion that folks are saying that it's bathrooms, but in actuality, it's all public places, because you shouldn't discriminate on people on issues of housing or employment or any place in the public. So,
in order to try to have a logical meeting, what I'm going to ask commissioners to do is to let the attorney do what the recognized speaker, Commissioner Schlesinger, asked them to do: walk through the bill and get through it in its entirety. Then we'll open it up for further discussion by the sponsors, and then get to other commissioners as well as our 2 invited speakers. So please be patient with us and let the attorney walk through the legislation. Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. So the first section, 251, is just a definition section, and I'm going to highlight the first 2 definitions specifically. And I'm sorry, there's someone that's got a TV or radio or something.
Yeah, can I remind everyone, please mute your microphone if you're not currently speaking? Thank you.
The first definition is for business, and so this is going to be relevant as we go through, but business is only referring to entities that are conducting business within the county and required to obtain a business license. So that would exempt, and the second sentence specifically says it exempts all government agencies. And there's also just a general exemption in the business license provisions of state law that say that nonprofit entities are not required to have a business license. So that would also exempt all nonprofits from the definition of business. The next definition, place of public accommodation, is any place, store, or other establishment that supplies accommodations, goods, or services to the general public, or solicits or accepts patronage of or trades to the general public, supported directly or indirectly by government funds. This excludes any private club or bona fide membership organization or establishment that is not open to the public. So if you have restricted membership in some way, that's also exempted from here. The remaining definitions, in large part, just set out different categories of that are protected under this ordinance. Rental housing is one of the protections. Employment, there's a general definition for person, that includes entities. Familial status, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status. There's provisions for a hearing officer and mediator, which we'll get to, and religious, there's an exemption for religious organizations. Entities which conduct regular worship services are qualified under as a religious organization under the Internal Revenue Code. So going to section 252, this is where it sets out what's prohibited by this ordinance. 252A, just broadly speaking, prohibits employment and wage discrimination. B refers to housing and rental discrimination. C refers to public accommodations discrimination. And then there are a series of exceptions. So D says, even though there's a provision about employment discrimination, nobody's required to hire somebody that's unqualified or incompetent, or to terminate somebody that's qualified or competent to do their jobs under this ordinance. E, it says that businesses are allowed to impose reasonable dress and grooming standards on their employees, so long as those standards are consistent with the employee's gender identity. F is a general religious exemption, says that religious organizations are not prohibited from requiring their employees to be of the religion, or to limit their facilities or their offerings to people that are of the same religion. G is an exemption for nonprofit private clubs that are not open to the public. And H is says that nobody's required to make building construction changes to their existing facility, for example. So there was reference to like disability discrimination. You don't have to install handicap ramps, for example, if you don't already have them and you're legacied in because your building's 50 years old or 100 years old, as some of them are in Macon here. So the process 253 sets out the enforcement process. Basically, any person that's aggrieved by a violation can file a complaint with the clerk of commission within 60 days of the act that gave rise to the complaint. There's a $75 filing fee for the complaint, and it has to be verified, meaning it has to be sworn to under oath as to the truth of what's in the complaint. The clerk will send it up to the county attorney's office. The county attorney will serve the complaint on the subject of the complaint, the business that's the subject of the complaint. If the business chooses to, they have 15 days to file an answer, but they're not required to file an answer. After that, the complainant and the business are both referred to mediation, non-binding mediation. That's an optional step. Either party can opt out of mediation and just choose not to do it. And generally speaking, the mediator fees will be split equally between the two parties. If anyone opts out of the mediation or they just don't resolve the matter during mediation, then it comes back to the county attorney's office, who will refer the matter to a hearing officer. And so
Michael,
that's.
let me interrupt
Go
you
ahead.
here. Can you turn the mediation costs are not in any way the responsibility of the county under this section. I just want to make that clear in E.
Thanks, Steve.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So we're not paying the cost of the mediator. We're also not paying the cost of the hearing officer that are involved in this. It's basically, we're just kind of a clearinghouse for the paperwork that processes this. So if it goes to a hearing officer, this calls for the county attorney to maintain a list of at least 5 qualified attorneys. They have to be in good standing in the bar and have at least 5 years experience practicing law. And so then we refer it to a hearing officer. The burden of the proof is on the complaining party. They have to establish a violation by preponderance of the evidence. And then the hearing officer holds a hearing. Before the hearing officer holds a hearing, they review the complaint and they have to make a written determination of whether the complaint is unjustified, frivolous, or patently unfounded. And this is moving into section 255. Or does it demonstrate facts sufficient to show that there's a plausible violation? And so the hearing officer can just has the power to dismiss the complaint outright if they find that it's frivolous. If it's not dismissed, then they have an evidentiary hearing. The parties have a right to have an attorney if they want one, but that's also at their own expense. We'll give them written notice of hearing, and they can take witness testimony, they can testify or not testify, they can submit evidence that they want in support or opposition to the allegations. And then and all of this needs to happen within 30 days of when the hearing officer receives the file from the county attorney. So it's a pretty quick timeline as things move forward. After the hearing officer has 15 days to make a decision. They can either dismiss the complaint, again, if the evidence that comes out shows that it's unjustified or frivolous, or they have the right to issue a civil penalty of up to $500 for each violation that's found. And the hearing officer's fees for their time spent on the case will be charged against the non-prevailing party. Whoever loses the case has to pay the hearings officer's fees unless the hearing officer finds some other reason to split the fees. And this is considered an administrative procedure, so that allows for judicial review. If someone's aggrieved by the decision of the hearing officer, then there's a process to appeal to the Superior Court of Bibb County. That's a discretionary appeal, but that's something they can file within 30 days after the decision is made. And Section 257 says that this is not a required administrative remedy. For example, federal law provides protections under the Civil Rights Act that Commissioner Watkins mentioned earlier. So this ordinance does not take the position that you have to go through this process before you file a federal civil rights lawsuit. You can still just do that directly. This ordinance provides an alternative avenue basically for people that don't want to go through the full formality of a federal lawsuit. So that's basically the summary. Duke, do you have anything to add?
No, other than to Commissioner Watkins' question about what this prohibits relative to federal law. Federal law has the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, ADA, national origin discrimination. There's a host of federal statutes that touches on a lot of this stuff, and they're all interpreted by the courts. So I don't want to, these are very similar in terms of things that are prohibited now by federal law, but it's not exactly the same. It's an administrative procedure. So for example, if somebody out there cannot sue a business for civil damages, for example, like you could in Title VII, this is just a fee, a fine if there is found to be a violation. So that's the biggest distinction.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, so back to Schlesinger. It was Schlesinger that had the floor, and I asked the attorney to walk through. So back to Schlesinger, Commissioner Schlesinger, anything further from you?
Yeah, I'll be brief, and then I'll yield to others, sponsors. This is a way basically to handle these situations in-house, so to speak. We're not, to go through the federal process is very time consuming. It's very expensive, and basically, for many, if not most, it's a complete turnoff. So, what we're just trying to do is to provide a local mechanism for handling these situations. There was a news report a couple of weeks ago that there was somebody at Lowe's on Eisenhower who, I think was somebody who was gay, who was taking the business to court through the federal process. We think that these situations can be handled through mediation, and are proposing in this legislation to do just that. Let local mediation and a hearing officer make that determination. If agreement can't be found, then there's always the federal court route to go. But we think, as do other municipalities around the state, that we can handle these things in-house effectively. And I'll yield to other sponsors.
Second sponsor is Mayor Pro Tem Tillman. Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, anything from you, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And this will be to Pastor McCoy primarily. First of all, I want to
Mayor Pro Tem. What I would ask you to do is make it a hypothetical question, and then perhaps Dr. McCoy can include a response. I don't want to go back and forth between you and Dr. McCoy at this point. So ask your question, but make it a hypothetical question, and then perhaps Dr. McCoy can answer it when he is recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's not a question. And I'm a gentleman. I'm a military veteran. I have the most respect for all men, especially those that try and bring us closer to God and Christ. What I want to share is this is always tough for me when he calls me or is involved to speak for or against an issue where I'm on the opposite side. And what I want to, what I want to say is 7 years ago, my daughter was 13 years of age when we first came to his church, and he presented the first commission with the Bible, all with our names engraved in it, served us lunch for at least 5 years straight. When we would pass the church or headed to our own church, many mornings my daughter would say, let's go back to that church. And because of issues like this and the last issue that was controversial, I would just say, we're going to our church. My daughter, who's 20 years of age now, still know of his church. I love him. I respect him. I have many friends that attend. His church is probably one of the most diverse in our community. There is a very well-known Macon-ite who made national stardom and is now a national figure, who married her partner, who was a member there, who felt some embarrassment after things that he has said. Pastors' hearts are always in the right place, and they tend to bring us closer to God. And he is one that I so highly respect. But I would say that for me, in this 21st century, based on years of segregation and discrimination that many have had to endure, our ancestors, that for me, it's about allowing people the right not to feel that they are just discriminated against, not to go against anyone's belief, although there will be many that will make that assertion. But for me, it is tough, even to be a co-sponsor. It is always tough, and primarily tough when I have to face Pastor McCoy, because we have so much respect in our household for him. And my daughter, who always says, let's go back to his church. And so I thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The third sponsor is Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Lucas, let me call on you for any additional comments that you would like to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I want to say is that discrimination in any form is wrong. And Macon is the hub city. We're, due to your diligence, Mr. Mayor, and the work of so many other people, Macon has moved, really moved, and it's just on the cusp of exploding and having so many good things here. But we have got to move our minds into the present age. And if anybody sitting in here or listening to us at home thinks that you don't have a Black friend, a white friend, a gay or lesbian relative, son, daughter, brother, mother, whatever, if you think that discrimination won't touch them, you are absolutely wrong. So you have got to think about this thing from not just a personal standpoint, but you've got to think about it holistically and understand that discrimination can touch your household. And it's not just racial discrimination. There are people on this commission that I know have been talked about because of what people thought about them. To me, that is a worse form of discrimination when people have a whisper campaign against you. All of it is wrong. All discrimination is wrong. And we should not in good conscience ever be able to not support something that says that we are going on record as opposed to discrimination in any form. And that's all I have to add, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Final full sponsor is Commissioner Watkins. Commissioner Watkins, anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, and I guess I got a few just points of clarity for Michael. Would you mind sharing your screen again, sir? In that unlawful practices section, A section. Just wanted. So, because what I understand this bill, that we're talking about making it unlawful to discriminate on issues of employment, housing, and public accommodation. And public accommodation, could you go over what that definition is for me one more time? I think that's one of the more confusing ones, because we all understand immediately what employment and housing means, that no one should be barred from housing or told that they can't rent someplace because of their race or nationality. That's just wrong, right? But yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, you want me to go over the public accommodation section?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what it says is, this is C, it says it shall be an unlawful discriminatory practice for any business as defined herein, being the owner, operator, lessee, manager, agent, or employee of any place of public accommodation, to refuse, deny, or make a distinction, directly or indirectly, in offering its goods, services, facilities, and accommodations to any person covered by this article because of race, religion, color, sex, disability, national origin, ancestry, sexual orientation, gender identity, or military status. And as I mentioned, so the definition of business is just places that have to have a business license. So that does not include government facilities, government operations, or nonprofit facilities or operations. And place of public accommodation means only places that are open to the public for the general conduct of business. So if you've got like a limited membership or something like that, you're not available to the public, then this doesn't apply to you. Just those businesses that are operating for profit that are not otherwise exempt from the business licensing requirements.
So like Waffle House, you can't, like just using Waffle House as an example, based on what you mentioned, race, color, gender identity, disability, Waffle House can't say, no, you can't have waffles here, go outside. That's just what we're against here in Bibb County. And if I'm correct, that definition, the public accommodations, isn't something that we're making up. That's supported by the Supreme Court of the USA as to what public accommodations are in this sense of,
So this law is not the Civil Rights Act. It's modeled on the Civil Rights Act, but it does have, as Duke mentioned, there are some distinctions.
Correct.
So using your Waffle House example, it says you cannot refuse, deny, or make a distinction in offering goods or services. So that could be something as blatant as segregation. One class of people sits over here and one sits over here. It could be, taking a menu item off the menu, say, if you're within this protected class, you can't order waffles, but you can order eggs. Making some sort of distinction, basically treating people differently because of their membership in any of these protected classes.
Okay, I think I understand that. And that section H also stands out as important to me, that we're not required, and I think you said it doesn't require any permits or change to your building structure to, like I say, a disability or any other issue. It's not requiring you to do anything, right?
Right. If making an accommodation would require you to do something that needs a building permit, then you don't have to go that far. So you're not, rebuilding walls, you're not restructuring, the entryway to your business or things like that if it would require a building permit to accommodate people.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. I just want to make sure we was all clear on what the facts of the document is that we're.
Commissioner Watkins, I do want to add something here, and again, I think it's worth repeating several times, because the public is not necessarily seeing the detail that y'all are. This ordinance does not by its terms or its intent from the sponsors, as I understand it, give the citizens of Bibb County or anybody that is discriminated against allegedly under the terms of this ordinance any kind of personal right of action. They can't sue Waffle House under this ordinance. Now, they can under other provisions of federal and state law potentially. For a violation, alleged violation of any of this that is ultimately determined by a hearing officer or a court to be a violation, the only thing it does is provide for a fine. It does not require anybody to redo their entrances or something like that. That's an Americans with Disabilities Act function at the federal level. So that's a good point I just want to make sure everybody who's hearing this meeting doesn't confuse that this is meant to do something that it's not doing. It only prescribes for a fine up to $500 if there's found to be a violation. Sorry for.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And I yield. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask a question real quick? Can I ask a question real quick to Duke? Duke, this is,
yes,
the
Commissioner.
fine is up to $500, is that correct?
That is correct, per violation.
Is there any other kind of penalty involved?
No,
Just
ma'am.
monetary?
Correct.
One question that I would have.
Let me say this, there could be fees assessed. The hearing officer fees and the mediation fees.
Well, yeah, I understood that, but as an actual fine.
Correct.
One question from me of the attorneys, Commissioner Lucas and her comments said that discrimination on any basis is wrong. And I'm paraphrasing, but that was kind of what I heard her say. And yet I think that we all would acknowledge, I believe, that we do discriminate, but just not against protected classes. For example, gender. You have men's bathrooms and you have women's bathrooms, and men. Well, hold on. I see you rolling your eyes, and just hold on. So we do discriminate based on gender. Men are supposed to use the men's bathroom, women are supposed to use the women's, and that provides for this order. What this does is to say that you can't do that. As I read it, you can't discriminate based on gender. So would you just have to take the signs down that says men only, or men's bathrooms, or women's bathrooms? Would you just have to take the signs down, or is that and I'm not trying to be humorous. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just asking her what I consider to be a legitimate question. I'm serious. If you now include gender as one of the classes on which you cannot discriminate at all, what do you do about men's bathrooms and women's bathrooms? Because I know that that's on the hearts and minds of a lot of folks on the commission, and that I've heard from over the past 72 hours.
Okay.
Also locker rooms and dressing rooms.
Yeah, I think most folks, like most of the downtown restaurants.
Mayor Pro Tem, please let the attorneys answer, and then we're gonna try to have an orderly discussion here.
Oh,
so it's a valid question. And I'm going to be careful on how I answer it, because I'm not the ultimate decider on what this language means. The judge or the hearing officer or the judge is going to be. And I'll preface this by saying there is a wealth of cases from the federal and state systems, as well as statutes, going back to 1964 and going forward, that deal with a lot of these areas. And it's voluminous. You can fill this building with the nuances of this language. I mean, for example, the Civil Rights Act and the Americans with Disability Act are, this is what, 4 sections. I mean, those are voluminous statutes, and then there's tons of cases interpreting the language either way. So I preface what I'm about to say with the understanding that ultimately, if there's a dispute, so for example, somebody says you're violating because you have a men's and a women's bathroom, that's going to have to be worked out by a court or a hearing officer under standards that they're going to have to come kind of fill in themselves. My instinct is they would probably go to established federal law, but that's not clear in this ordinance. But under its terms, and I'm going to read it, Michael, pull up 2-52C. And I'm giving y'all a legal analysis that is not intended to be, I'm not taking a position on this ordinance, obviously, because that's not my job, but I'm giving you a legal analysis. So what the question of the mayor is, the public accommodation section says it shall be unlawful, an unlawful discriminatory practice for any business, as defined here in being the owner, operator, lessee, manager, agent, or employee of any place of public accommodation, so the Waffle House, for example, to refuse or deny or make a distinction directly or indirectly in offering goods, services, facilities, and accommodation to any person as covered because of race, religion, color, sex, disability, et cetera, gender identity, or military status. So it could be argued on the point of the mayor that you cannot make distinctions in facilities by having a male and a female bathroom, men and women's bathroom, under the terms of C. I'm not sure that's the intent. I don't know what the intent is, but that's what the language says. So I'm gonna stop there. Now that doesn't mean that's ultimately what would be determined by a hearing officer, but that's what I think the mayor's getting to.
So, if I may, just
Commissioner Watkins, and then I really need to go back and pick up Mayor Pro Tem Tillman as well.
So I guess I want to point out that since 1964, sex has been and disability have been in the federal law, and we've had men and women's bathrooms and disabled stalls identified in bathrooms since that time. Like,
that's correct. And I want to be careful.
A new concept in terms of sex and gender that we are entering in here.
No, that's correct. And that's why I said that there's a huge amount of law in this area. And obviously men and women's bathrooms are totally legal under the Americans with Disabilities Act and Title VII. I'm just responding to the language in this ordinance, which cannot preempt. If I'm a hearing officer, I'm a judge, and I've got this ordinance and I've got a federal statute or a federal case that says, for example, you can't have men and women's bathrooms, and somebody files a complaint saying you can't have men and women's bathrooms under this ordinance, I would say that federal law preempts, and I think that will be ultimately the decision, this ordinance to that extent. But I'm just answering how the language actually reads.
Yes, sir. And I agree with that. And this when section 8 also kind of H also doubled down on that idea, because in order to remove your bathroom placards or change that, it would require you to make some type of change to your facility, which the hearing officer wouldn't have the right to prescribe, if I'm understanding it correct.
There it is. What 8 says, nothing in this article shall be construed to require any entity, let's say business, Waffle House, subject to this article to make changes requiring a building permit to any existing facility. I'm not sure taking down a placard would really come into that either way, but I think that's really intended to say you've got to have a ramp to do something that would be beyond the scope of this ordinance anyway. Again, they can only order a fine. I mean, that's the only thing the hearing officer can do. The question is whether it's a violation of this ordinance for somebody to be fined.
And as a sponsor of the bill, it's not my intent, and I don't think any other sponsor, to directly address the bathroom situation. I feel that folks go to the bathroom at work and every day, and they've been handling it some type of way. That's apparently been getting them through most of their life. That we don't that is, like I say, it's not the intent of the bill to address bathrooms either way, other than somebody, I guess, trying to stop you, or I don't know. Not really sure. I see a lot of emails about that though, so I do want, if we can, talk about it directly. But I yield my time.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I yield, Mr. Mayor. No further comments.
Okay, then I think at this point, if another commissioner wishes to be recognized to speak, I'll do that, or I can go to our guests that are there and let them speak, one for and one against this proposed ordinance. And Claire, if you're on the phone, why don't I call on you first, and then to call on Dr. McCoy.
Thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. And I want to thank Attorney McNeil for his good review of this ordinance. I know I will reiterate some of what he has said here. Georgia state law provides no general rights protections. We depend on federal civil rights protections in Georgia. Georgia is one of only 3 states in the nation lacking general private sector employee protections, and one of only 5 states in the nation with no public accommodation laws. Let that sink in. Currently, those individuals who have been discriminated against because of race, religion, national origin, age, sexual orientation, or sex are only protected by federal law. No state laws in Georgia protect them. Making a discrimination complaint at the federal level is an expensive and difficult process to resolve for both the plaintiff and for businesses and employers. This local civil rights ordinance would put in place a mechanism to quickly and easily resolve complaints without the drawn-out process of in the federal court system. Experience in other communities has proven that frivolous cases can be dismissed before they become damaging or costly for a business, and valid cases can be heard and resolved at the local level. This ordinance does not prevent any religious organization or private club from enacting rules for its members and facilities, except when those facilities are used for commercial purposes. As Commissioner Schlesinger said and Attorney McNeil reiterated, this ordinance does not affect local schools as has been promulgated in the community. The legislation specifically says government entities are not covered. Private schools that are religious organizations are not covered. Private schools that are essentially businesses are covered, but only in terms of their employees, and that mirrors what federal protections are already in place for larger employers. And private schools are not subject to the public accommodation provisions because they don't provide public accommodations. Regarding the bathrooms, which you were just discussing, Atlanta has had this in place for 20 years and has had no challenges to signs in the bathrooms. This is a red herring and a diversion from the issue of discrimination. Don't forget that Black people at one point in our history were not allowed to use bathrooms. All men can use men's bathrooms and all women can use women's bathrooms. No discrimination exists unless there is no access at all in a facility. The primary objections to this ordinance are based on erroneous stereotypes and fears of individuals that many of us don't understand. When we make decisions based on unfounded fear, our history shows that those we fear are treated less than human and evil persists, and many times in the name of faith. In an era when we as a nation are facing the legacy of past discrimination, I ask that you as a commissioner accept your role in the battle for the civil rights legacy in this current era. You know, if I walk down the street holding my husband's hand or have on clothes that look more masculine than feminine because I've been working at my land all day, I don't have to worry, can I rent an apartment that I'd like to live in or receive service at a business or be hired in a position I want to hold? Sadly, this is not true for my Black brothers and sisters or my friends with a partner of the same sex in this community. It's not. Macon works hard to be competitive in attracting businesses, conferences, events, the music scene, other drivers of our economic success. More and more cities in Georgia are enacting these ordinances to ensure that employees, customers, and the visitors to our city are treated equally and fairly, and that businesses are looking to see that, and businesses throughout are looking to see these protections are in place before investing in communities. The key provisions of this comprehensive civil rights ordinance mirror the values expressed by some of Middle Georgia's largest employers. I hold here and printed out the non-discrimination statements from 5 of our city's largest employers: Navicent, Mercer, Geico, Cadence Bank, SunTrust Bank. This ordinance mirrors what their values are and what are in their statements. This ordinance is a statement of the Macon's values. This ordinance provides protections for virtually everyone against discrimination, including those who hold religious understandings that are different than many of us in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Appreciate that. Dr. McCoy, let me call on you at this point for your comments. And Dr. McCoy, you may have to unmute yourself. I mean, find at the top of the screen the little mute, unmute button, and that may help you.
Can you hear me now?
I can now, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to listen in. I would just like to say that as I heard that this ordinance was going to be considered in the committee meeting today, I really just wanted to hear your discussion and did not make a formal request to speak. However, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to say a few impromptu words about the ordinance. And I want to thank the attorneys for their explanation, as well as the others of you who have spoken to this. And Commissioner Tillman, your words about your visit at our church a few years ago and your continued reflection on that are a blessing to me, and I thank you for it. You'll be welcome when you or your daughter come back again, and I hope you will. Same for the rest of the commissioners. Let me just say that I am not here today to speak on behalf of anyone who would favor unjust discrimination. I think all people are created in the image of God and should be treated with dignity and respect. I believe there ought to be equal justice under the law for all people. And so you might say, well, why are you concerned and why would you speak? There are 2 or 3 reasons. One is based in deep faith commitments. While understanding there are others of different faith commitments in our community, you would understand that as a pastor, a Christian pastor, I am bound to follow the teachings of Jesus. And when asked about marriage, Jesus said, have you not heard, have you not read that God created us male and female? And he said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the 2 will become one flesh. And so I'm bound as a Christian pastor to follow that teaching. And I believe there should be room in our public life, as there has been since the founding of this nation, for people who hold that view to operate their businesses and to worship and to educate their children and to conduct their life in a respectful and peaceable way consistent with those convictions. So the first reason I would express concern about this ordinance today is based in that moral and religious conviction. The second reason, however, though, is a practical one. You know, I haven't been a lifelong resident of Macon-Bibb, but I've lived here over 30 years. And I believe we have more pressing issues for our community to flourish than this issue. And it's a highly controversial one that will divide us and not unite us. The third reason that I would express concern is a legal one. This ordinance is really unnecessary after the Supreme Court ruling in Bostock v. Clayton in October of last year. If you have read Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch's decision, you know that the Supreme Court of the United States has ruled in that decision that the word sex in the 1964 Civil Rights Act does mean sexual orientation. And in fact, if you read from the decision, you will discover that it says an employer who fires an individual merely for being gay or transgender violates Title VII. And so the Supreme Court has already acted on the specific business concern that is addressed by this ordinance. That was on October 8th of 2019. The other thing I would say is, while I wouldn't ascribe this intention to any of the commissioners, the way these laws, like the one you're considering, are used over time is not as a shield protecting against discrimination. Instead, they are used as a sword to wound and to punish people of faith. You say, give me a for instance, Pastor. Well, perhaps you know about the wedding photographer in Louisville, Kentucky. Her name is Chelsea Nelson. She follows Christ. She serves all people gladly. But she says, you know, it would be against my faith to make pictures for a same-sex wedding. I will gladly refer you to someone who could do that with joy. And so a suit was brought against the city of Louisville and their ordinance, very similar to this one. And it made its way through the court system. And on August 20th of this year, 2020, U.S. District Court Judge Justin Walker in the Western District of Kentucky ruled against the ordinance in favor of the photographer and expressed views that his opinion would be upheld at the Supreme Court, which I believe it would. And so if we pass this ordinance, we're really, I think, putting people of historic Christian faith in jeopardy, and we're inviting unnecessary legal action. And I believe that the legal action will certainly come. May I read just one sentence or two from Justice Walker's opinion? He said, quote, America is wide enough for those who applaud same-sex marriage and those who refuse to. The Constitution does not require a choice between gay rights and freedom of speech. It demands both. And I just want to express to you, commissioners, that if you want to accomplish this purpose, I think it's unnecessary because of the recent Supreme Court ruling. But if you want to accomplish this purpose, then assure religious believers who hold longstanding Orthodox Christian views that their rights will be protected. Include a provision that says the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1993 will provide protection. Include in the ordinance an affirmation of the First Amendment. I think there's room for people who simply disagree about the propriety of LGBTQ relations or same-sex marriage, and we can live peaceably together. But this ordinance will not move us in that direction. I'm sorry my remarks were not better considered, but I want to encourage you to have a public hearing. Allow this to be aired completely. Don't make a quick decision. When citizens feel like their voices have been heard and can relate to one another respectfully, we can get to a good conclusion for us all. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Dr. McCoy. I certainly appreciate that. Let me go now to commissioners that may want to speak. And I see
Mr. Mayor.
Well, hold on. I see Commissioner Jones, believe it or not. I saw Commissioner Jones' hand first this time, so I'll call on him, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Wynn. Commissioner Jones?
And she had her hand up first, Mayor. If you want her to go first, would you like to go first?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Jones. Sometimes the mayor just seems to overlook me. I have invited a guest to not speak in favor of or against. Is someone who has a question regarding the business aspect of this. And our Chamber of Commerce President, Yvonne Williams, is on our Zoom call. And she's asked that she just have a conversation, a brief conversation or question about the business aspect of this issue. And I wondered if we could have her speak. It's not a for and against, it's a question.
No, I'm going to limit, as I said before, 1 for, 1 against, and then the discussion by the commissioners. And they can, if you want to talk offline to her and then raise.
No, I've already done it. So let me continue.
Okay, well, good.
To follow up with the comments that are made. Because Claire Cox brought up a lot of issues regarding businesses in our community. And that's why I thought this would be appropriate. But having said that, I think that Dr. McCoy has kind of hit on where I feel about this. It's an unnecessary controversy in this community. There are federal laws that protect this. And I'm afraid that if we enact this here, that you're going to see other things that we have not even considered. I consider things like the use of dressing rooms, and after you come in from an athletic event, going to the rooms where young women go separately from young men. And you don't want to have someone come in there that's not of the same gender, or says that they believe they are of the same gender, so they need to be in there. Here's what a friend of mine asked me: how do we differentiate between a predator, a sexual predator, or a pedophile, and just a normal what I would call a transgender person, or even, as someone has put it so unkindly, a pervert? So how do you identify the difference between those categories? So if you have a daughter that's in a dressing room after an athletic event, and someone walks in that looks different, that looks like a man, but says, well, I identify with a female, then how do we know that's true? How do we know that's true? The other part of an athletic events is that when we have young women trying to compete in a sporting event, having to compete with a man with testosterone and muscles and things like that that's in his body that make him stronger physically, then it knocks all the women out of athletic events to make achievements. Let's just look at this. Young women sometimes and young men go through athletics to become eligible for scholarships. And if the women are pushed out of this by the men, then they have no opportunity for those scholarships. We are really being discriminatory towards them. And sometimes, face it, guys, we don't have the mental capacity to get a scholarship, but we have the physical athletic capacity to get a scholarship, both men and women. And we want those young women who compete in athletic events to be able to succeed there and not have to compete with a male counterpart that's much stronger than she would ever be, unless she took a lot of testosterone or drugs or things like that. And we don't want our people to do that, our young people to do that. So there's a lot of other issues that come up, and I can see this happening over, people challenging it, men going into women's bathrooms and saying, make me leave. I can see that happening because that's what happens. And then we're going to have controversy after controversy after controversy of having to fight this. And we don't want our community to be known for this. There are federal laws that protect this, as Dr. McCoy has indicated. And we all know that. I just don't know the need for this unnecessary controversy when we've got a lot more issues in our community to deal with than this. And this will continue to divide our community even more than to bring us together. And what we need to do is to bring this community together. I yield.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir. Going back to, I think some know the ramifications of this legislation, and I think others haven't really thought it out. If we go back to May 2nd, 2017, there was discussion and we passed legislation prohibiting discrimination in hiring. And, prior to that discussion, or part of that discussion, and excuse me, part of that vote, so I conferred with Ben Hubbard, who was our Human Resources Director. He'd been in the department 43 years. He'd been the director for 40 years at that point in 2017. And I asked Ben, I said, how many complaints have you had as to transgender or sexual orientation? And his answer was none, 0. we've had none. And I go back to June of 2016. This has been a topic that's really been dividing many states, many cities. And for one to say there have been no problems is really not truthful. So Maya Dillard Smith, she was of the Georgia ACLU, the Georgia chapter, African American female. She was in Oakland, California at the time, and her young daughters, 2 elementary age daughters, went into a women's bathroom. They were startled to hear and see 3 adults with deep voices, 3 biological males, enter the women's bathroom. This is in 2016. She said her daughters were scared. They were shocked. They were very frightened. And she said, I shared this personal experience with the leaders at ACLU because she had no answers for it. She had no explanation. She was at a loss for words. The ACLU, who's supposed to be the voice of tolerance, refused to have a dialogue with Maya Dillard Smith, the president of the Georgia chapter of the ACLU. And Ms. Smith resigned, saying, and this was in the Atlanta Journal, after issuing a statement, there was no room in the ACLU to engage in dialogue over the transgender debate. According to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Smith strongly criticized her former employer in a statement accompanying her departure. She accused the ACLU of being a special interest organization that promotes not all, but certain progressive rights. So I bring that up, and then I had a conversation with the main sponsor of this legislation during the same time, and I was concerned about bathrooms. His comment was, what does this have to do with bathrooms? Well, now we know. If you didn't know then, you should know now. Going back to Ms. Smith, she was at a loss to explain this. Oh, 1 second. So, the definition let's go to the ordinance itself for a second. It says the gender identity means the actual or perceived gender-related identity, expression, appearance, mannerisms, or other gender-related characteristics, regardless of the individual's designated sex at birth. I don't know where that language came from. I don't think Michael McNeil made it up. I think it came from other communities, and it's a very vague description. And what I'm concerned about are the safety of our children, the safety of women in general, whether they're little girls, teenagers, moms, grandmothers, great-grandmothers. And so this legislation will trample on their privacy rights because, and this came up 2 years ago at a Chick-fil-A here in Macon, where they had a biological male try to walk into the women's bathroom. It was not a mistake, and he was, of course, scared and startled the women in the women's restroom. And the management asked him, sir, you need to go to the men's restroom. It's right here. He said, oh, I thought that was okay now. So it was not a mistake. And I've got several comments. The SOGI laws, sexual orientation, gender identity. I'm worried about the safety of people. We're trampling over people's privacy rights. It is in schools. They've had instances in Texas, in North Carolina, in other states where men or transgender males, biological males, are playing on going into the girls' locker room, insisting on being able to shower with the girls. So it's not about freedom. It's about coercion. It's about forcing all Americans to embrace and live out certain beliefs about human sexuality. It tramples fundamental liberties that impinge individual rights to live consistent with their personal values. It does not protect equality before the law, and it grants extraordinary. This is where I really have a problem with it. We're looking at this small select class of people. Let's treat everybody equal. That's what the law says we should do. Let's do that. But let's not give a certain class of people extraordinary rights that no one else has. So it intrudes into the lives of our most innocent population, that is our children. I've got a video that I've asked them to queue up because it does affect schools. And I'll have a couple of closing comments after that, Mayor, if Rachel and Chris can play that. I'm hoping they're able to do that.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Lucas.
I'd like to know what the content of this is.
You figure to find out?
No, before you play it, because you could muddy the water and this could provide some false information here. We need a fact check on this thing.
That's false about it. It's about transgender males participated in girls' sports.
But we don't need to. We don't need to see that.
I will. Okay. Well, I don't watch them,
Mr. Mayor, how long are we going to do this? How long are we going to discuss today?
I did not have a time limit on this.
Here you go.
I did not have a time limit on this.
Well,
a commissioner has requested that he show a short 4-minute video, and I don't see anything wrong with that. So he's got it queued up, and Rachel.
Let me know real quick if y'all can hear the audio, just to make sure. Can y'all hear that?
No, not yet.
All right. Give me 1 second. There's one more setting I need to adjust. Thank you for bearing with me. It'll just take one moment. How about that?
Video of night arguments during the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Can you hear the audio?
Trumpism.
Excuse me with all these comments, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just trying to make sure that the audio is working.
Rachel, we're trying to listen to you, but people.
No audio yet.
Okay, just 1 second.
On the way to a track meet in New York City, Alana and I were talking about what her strategy was going to be for the day. And she looked at me and said, "Mom, it really doesn't matter because I'm running against the boys today. I won't win."
Alana Smith out of lane 4.
And number 65 is Alana Smith.
7 from Danbury, Alana Smith. And down the straightaway they come. Miller out well, that's Michelle Goff, the middle of the track. Terry Miller to Michelle Goff, Miller.
So even before I get to the track, I already know that I'm not gonna get first place or maybe even second place. And it's really hard knowing that because I know that no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to have the top spot.
Alana is a quiet competitor. She's very humble and she hates to lose, but she doesn't outwardly show it. and she has a desire and a will to win that keeps her going, and she continues to work hard. But it was, as a parent, it's like a punch in the stomach to know that she had worked really hard to get where she was, and because she had to compete against boys, that opportunity to win was being taken away from her.
Women should have the opportunity to be champions. Athletics is an opportunity for young girls to develop self-confidence, to work hard, to see the results, not just to participate, but to win. And when you allow males to come in and to steal those opportunities away from young women, that is not okay. It doesn't just violate Title IX, but it impedes their future athletic and career opportunities as well.
I was approached by a reporter that had previously interviewed Alana many times, and he said to me, "Looks like the math is against Alana today." And that really didn't sit well with me. I asked him, "What about the transgender athlete issue?" And he simply zipped his lip and didn't want to say anything on the subject. That made me feel very frustrated that no one wants to discuss the issue that we all see, competing against boys in a female sport. That's just not fair.
Look, it's not fair that this issue is resting on the backs of young 15 and 16-year-old girls. This is something the adults in the room should be speaking into, should be pushing back against, and to say, look, this is not something we're going to stand for as a society. Title IX created opportunities for young girls. And that's why it's such a problem to redefine biological sex to mean gender identity. It creates problems like what we're seeing in the state of Connecticut, where biological males can come in and based on identity alone, dominate women's sports. Biology, not identity, is what matters in athletics.
I think the most important thing for people to know is that it's not about that they are transgender, it's about that it's not fair to everybody else in our category, because we know that they have a physical advantage over us, and sports is something that should be fair.
My closing comments, Mayor, as you could see in the state of Connecticut currently, two biological males hold 15 track and field titles in girls track and field. That's where we're headed with this type of legislation, folks. You're trampling on the rights of females and privacy rights when it comes to public accommodations, and public accommodations are bathrooms, and it's a slippery slope, and that's where we're headed. And you're trampling on the rights of Title IX for women in women's sport. It's really hard for me to understand why anyone, a group, whether it's Georgia Women or who it is, would want this type of legislation, because you're giving a specific group extraordinary rights that no one else. This is not about discrimination, and it's not about civil rights. It's not at all. You're giving a group extraordinary rights that no one else enjoys. And so we're not treating everybody equal. This is to me, it's a denigration of what a civil right is. It does not qualify as a civil right. I yield.
Other commissioners wish to be heard on this?
Yeah, I just want to add, Mr. Mayor, that, and I said this before, this has absolutely nothing to do with schools. Okay, I don't know, how these guys got to where they were in Connecticut, but this has absolutely nothing to do with schools here. And to purport that it is, to say that we're heading on a road to somewhere is, speculative. We're just dealing with the reality of discrimination within our community. And we want to do whatever we can to make sure that all of these cases are going to be confronted. And I don't think there's going to be many, but the cases are going to be confronted and, if possible, resolved in-house. And I also want to say to legal that if there is language that you feel is ambiguous or something, and you want to offer a change that may clarify, I mean, we are open to that. And, you know, God knows we've worked with you guys for months and months on this. But if there's something that needs clarification, we're certainly open to you know, changing that and you know, amending the text. And I yield.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, sir. They downgrade this to be something so sweet and simple, and it is not sweet and simple. It is something that will probably evolve into more problems than we'll ever imagine. Now I want to speak to the business aspect of it, since we wouldn't let President of the Chamber of Commerce, Yvonne Williams, speak on it, but she wanted to have a business perspective on this. She wants to have some dialogue with the businesses in our community to see how they react to this. And it's important because that's what's going to drive us going forward, how our businesses react to this. So she has asked, and I would like to ask that we consider having a public forum on this. And nothing else, I'd like to say that right now, because we've had discussion on this back and forth, I'd like to offer a motion to table for right now so that we can have a chance to look at having a public forum to let our community speak.
Second.
Have a motion and second to table this. That's a non-debatable motion. I'll ask the clerk, please, to call the roll so that I can get a good count on where we are and how we're going. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? If you want to table this for the purpose of a public hearing, as I understand the motion, you would vote yes. If you are opposed to that, you'd vote no, not to table it. No, not to table. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? You're muted, I'm afraid.
Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Schlesinger, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Lucas, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Bivens, how do you vote?
He's muted.
Commissioner Bivens, will you please unmute?
No.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Tillman, how do you vote?
No.
5-3, Mr. Mayor.
If I may.
I got five no's, five no's, and 1, 2, 3
yeses.
Three yeses.
Yes, sir.
So the motion to table fails 3-5. So that brings us back to further conversation and discussion on this. I see Commissioner Allen and then Commissioner Jones.
And Watkins could get on the list, please.
I'm sorry?
Watkins.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, sir, for just giving me this opportunity. I just need to ask one question that you might ask one of the commissioners that made this statement. How many months have they been working on this issue that we've just found out about, the other commissioners? It was stated just a few minutes ago from Rabbi Schlesinger, and that they've been working on it for months. I mean, why is it we just finding out about this?
Well, I'll be glad to answer that. Yeah, I mean, we wanted to get it right. Number one, we worked, with legal on this, and it went through the normal process that legislation through this commission, goes through. So, we haven't done anything wrong. We've just wanted to get it right. And that has taken some time and consultation with our county attorney's office.
I just believe it's more moral than what you're doing right. I think everybody should have known, because I represent as many people as you do, as the other commissioners do. And then we got a firestorm on our hand out here in the general public of Macon-Bibb County. And that's the reason we want a public hearing. Let the people speak. They're the ones that appointed us, Commissioner. It's not just, should not be just on us.
Commissioner Jones, got you next, and then Commissioner Watkins.
Yes, sir. To my colleague, I would say there's nothing speculative about this. All you have to do is look around America, Texas, North Carolina, West Virginia. So many instances of, people, they've had instances, this just opens up the door. It opens up the door to child abuse is what it does. Oh. And there's nothing fear mongering about it. And I've got an article here from Michelle Cretella. She's president of the American College of Pediatricians. How transgender ideology has infiltrated my field and produced large-scale child abuse. We're recognizing this as it's just sad to me what I see going on in America. Over 40% of transgender people have committed suicide. People, this is gender dysphoria. It's those of us who are Christians and believe in God, whatever your God may be, God's perfect. He created man and woman. He made no mistakes. He created me as a male and he created others as female. There were no mistakes made. So I really feel sad for these people. And it's so naive to think this is not going to be an issue in people all over Macon-Bibb County. I would venture to say well over 90% are absolutely, they are stunned. They are actually stunned that we're taking up this kind of legislation, that we're even considering it, because of bathrooms, because of areas that they share. What about gymnasiums? What about the wellness center? What about kinetics? What about these sorts of places? So, anyone who can say, I now identify as I'm a biological male, I now identify as a female, so I'm going in the women's restroom. To say that there have been no problems in other cities is simply not true. There are countless problems. You have, what about the pretenders? What about the peeping Toms? It's all, you just open the door. This is totally against traditional values of people in Macon-Bibb County, and everybody that I know is totally against those values. And it's a serious situation. And you're accommodating a less than 0.1% of people who have a medical problem. That's the way I see it. They have a medical problem. And we need to always treat everybody the same. That's what I've done my entire life. That's what I'll continue to do. But I'm not in favor of giving extraordinary rights to a certain class of people over others. Thank you. I yield.
Commissioner Watkins.
So one of the things we've talked a lot, and I've heard a lot when it comes, I think we're using a lot of stereotypes and things that folks could be disrespected by. We mentioned the suicide. I think one of the speakers mentioned the suicide rate amongst transgender communities. And this call amongst professionals and community leaders, we've called folks perverts, child abusers, sick in the head. Like, these are stereotypes, right? That's not, and stereotypes are what are really dangerous because they lead to something that, and they always have. I keep mentioning 1964 because my experience as a Black man, Elaine's experience as a Black woman, our families can remember being in situations where even now today, we've done everything right. Go to the bank, pants pulled up, credit score fine. They won't take your money, right? And there's something fundamentally wrong. That is discrimination. when a person who has walked into a store or anything could have the money, taxes included, ready to pay full price, and just not receive service. It is an experience that a white man never has to feel here. But it's an experience that protected classes, people of women, people that are disabled, nobody wants to deal with you at work. That's what you have to deal with. And unless you can have enough muster and enough funding to go to the Supreme Court, you really can't get protection in Georgia. That's what we're talking about. And it persists today, not just on so I agree that there are a lot of issues around transgender that we as a country need to have open conversations and address, because there are people in that class that need the conversation. What the GSSA is going to do, I'm interested to find out, because it is a very interesting issue that we need to address as a community. But to think that if we don't say anything about it, it goes away, that's a problem. And again, we are here about very real discrimination. I don't discount that the slippery slopes, the red herrings, and the straw man arguments that y'all have used today as it pertains to bathrooms exist. I don't discount that things like that happen, but more importantly, people are being disenfranchised, and that is not okay. I know it, religious freedoms, but again, there are people trying to pay money for services, trying to get houses, trying to work at jobs and just do their job. And because they are different, for whatever reason, they find a different experience than the rest of the majority of society. And that's what we're here today to talk about. Thank you. Are you?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, sir. First, a transgender person doesn't walk into a rental place and say, I'm transgender. Will you or will you not rent to me? That's a ridiculous comment to make.
I don't walk in and say I'm black. You just
my floor. You can respond later. I didn't interrupt you. A transgender, and this is according to a psychiatrist, a transgender person has a psychiatric diagnosis of gender dysphoric disorder, formerly known as gender identity disorder. A psychiatric disorder is properly treated with therapy and or psychiatric medication. That's where we should be going. We shouldn't be worrying about changing laws to accommodate, as Commissioner Jones said, 1.1% of 1% that may be in our community that want to use facilities that are not, that they're physically not designated to go into. We should not be wanting to accommodate those over the rights of the many, many, many thousands in our community that I have heard from, phone calls, texts, emails over and over again that say they don't want this to happen. The thing I would like us to, and I know that the vote's going to go against us, it always does. It's a regular 5 against 3 or 4. It's a known thing. But I think that we still should consider having a public forum for our community to at least have a voice to speak on this, so that we're not shutting a large number, thousands of people down, so that they cannot say anything about this and just have 4 people or 5 people decide this for our community. And that's where I want to go. I want to go for a public forum. You can vote this through, and I know you will. I always do, 5 to 3, 5 to 4. But I think this is something the public needs to have a voice in. I yield.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLucas, I see your hand.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I think those who have spoken a number of times and have spread this erroneous information need to have that information red flagged and fact checked, so that we can make sure that the public knows what information is false, what information comes from these QAnon sites, what information comes from those folks who are opposed to anything that says civil rights for people. And I would like for us to move this along by not allowing some of the same misinformation over and over and over again. I want to say to each of you that I know you've got a following. I know you're playing to your crowd, but your crowd can be discriminated against as well. And so when it happens to them, then they'll be sorry that they encouraged you to be opposed to this, because it happens to white people too. It happens to white gay people, white lesbian people. It happens to all people who may be different. So I would encourage you to dig deep into your heart, to look at what you are doing and to vote yes on this so that we can move forward. Now, the other thing, any of you who want to have a public hearing can have a public hearing. There's nobody that's got you tied down to your chair saying that you can't get a public hearing together. There's nothing that says that. You're acting like you don't know how, as an elected official, to have a public hearing. Have it. But in this particular situation, I don't know how many people you can get in and responsibly have those people to be in a group and discuss these issues without the possibility of spreading the virus. So I don't know. Y'all call a public hearing. Let the people talk about this and give their opinions. But we need to go ahead and vote today to ensure the protections of these classes of folks that we've got in this legislation. This is the last time, Mr. Mayor, that I'm going to speak on this. I am prepared to vote. And I encourage those folks who want a public hearing, go ahead and call the public hearing. Nobody's stopping you. I'm encouraging you, and everybody else is too. So put up or shut up. Don't keep talking about it like somebody's trying to keep you from having a public hearing. Go ahead and have it.
Right. Let's avoid inflammatory rhetoric, please, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, please. Now,
yes, ma'am.
Come on. I'm just telling it like it is. I don't want to be discriminated against. I don't want my folks discriminated against, and neither does any of the other commissioners sitting up here or anybody else in our community. And in order to ensure that, we need to approve this. And I hope, Mr. Mayor, you won't let these folks continue on repeating the same misinformation all afternoon.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Wynn, then Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Jones.
Mine's just a short comment. I don't want one of our commissioners try to shut us down. We have the right to talk as long as we want, and I'm not going to listen to that. And you should let us talk if we need to, as long as we want. But what good is a public forum if we've already taken the vote? It's just hollow air, basically. So I'd like to have the public forum. I just like to see us have a public forum. What are y'all scared of? You're going to vote this through anyway.
Let me ask the attorney to respond to that and remind you of the political process that we've got to go through. This is a committee of the whole. This is not the final vote.
I know that. But
okay. Well, I was just going to get the county attorney to confirm that. This has got to go through next week in the nighttime meeting and be adopted at the nighttime meeting, right? So does everybody understand it? So this is not the final vote. This is just a step in the process, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Commissioner Jones.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues are trying to make this a racial issue. It is not a racial issue. And Commissioner Watkins mentioned perverts. I've never mentioned the word perverts, and those, there are people out there who, this is not directing to anybody, any group, but we all know there are evil folks in the world, and there are some that would have bad intentions if certain biological males would want to go into a women's restroom. And as to the other commissioner, you know, everybody's welcome to their opinion, but you're not welcome to your own set of facts. And the facts are as I've related them. And this is going on in many, many states in America. All you have to do is open your eyes and read it. They're not my accounts. They're accounts that are being reported over and over again. So you're welcome to your opinion, but you're not welcome to your own set of facts. The facts are the facts.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. I don't see any other commissioners that wish to be heard at this point in time. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. This is to approve the ordinance. If you're for it, you'd vote yes. If you're against it, you'd vote no. So Madam Clerk, would you call the roll for us, please?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Schlesinger, how do you vote? Commissioner Schlesinger, would you please unmute?
Somebody's trying to tell him something.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yes.
can. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Bivens, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman, how do you vote?
Yes.
It's 5-3, Mr. Mayor.
If 5-3, the ordinance is approved.
Mr. Mayor, will there be a public hearing? Are they going to call a public hearing? They said that's what they wanted.
He said he was going
we'll try to figure that out. But remember,
Hush, Valerie.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear
wait a
what
minute.
you're
Yeah.
saying.
Hold on. I'm getting back and forth. We don't want back and forth.
Thank you. I'm just waiting to hear what you were saying in response to my question about the public hearing.
I think we're going to have some kind of a public forum on this. Now, and how we do it, how we set it up, I don't know, but I'll do that. This will come up next week at the nighttime meeting for final approval. So I'll try to get this scheduled within the time before next week. And perhaps even in Tuesday afternoon immediately before, but then I may be running into time crunches as when to set. Anyway, we're to be determined, but I'll undertake to get a public hearing scheduled and a format that would be safe for those that want to be heard, whether it's Zoom and or coming in person and standing at a social distance or whatever. But I'll try to get that done. All right. Okay. Then let me see. 2 hours and 5 minutes later, we're back to the number 2 item on our agenda. And the number 2 item on our agenda is the confirmation of my appointment to Keith Butler, Director of Vehicle Maintenance. Mr. Butler has been patiently waiting, or maybe he's been entertained these last 2 hours. But again, just to remind you, Keith has been with Vehicle Maintenance. He was originally in the fire department and working on fire apparatus. That function was turned over to Vehicle Maintenance. So he went to work in Vehicle Maintenance and continued to work on fire apparatus as well as other things. He has years of experience down there and is certified in all kinds of things. He was recommended by former director Sam Hughley as somebody that was capable and competent that could do this job. So I have nominated him, and I trust that some of you have had the opportunity and the chance to talk with him. But the process would be, this is the committee of the whole, and a vote here would move him forward. And again, his final vote would come next Tuesday night. Keith, anything you want to say, add to what I've just said? Oh, you got to unmute yourself if you want to say something. I see your lips moving, but you're not making any noise.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
No, I have nothing to add. That about sums it up. I'm just ready and willing to go after it and do a good job for the Macon-Bibb and move forward.
Good. Thank you very much. Commissioner, does any commissioner have a question or comment?
I do.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Lucas.
Mr. Mayor, I have received some information that I would like to share, but it needs to be shared in an executive session. So I would like to move to table this pending that executive session at an appropriate time, possibly before our pre-commission next week, because these are important issues that I think we need to thoroughly discuss.
And Mr. Mayor,
So
I'll
I'm moving
second
to
that
table.
because I need to get with you on this information also. and it can be shared in an executive session, or I apologize, but I do need to get with you on it as well. But, it's at the commission's request, but I'll second that.
A motion and second to table the nomination. That's a non-debatable motion. I'm gonna ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to table
You
the
can just say all
appointment of
in
Keith.
favor, or if there's any opposed, man. I don't think we need a roll call vote unless you see there's something that somebody wants to move forward.
I will try it your way and see those in favor. Those in favor of the motion to table would vote yes or say aye. Those opposed to it would vote no. So all those in favor of the motion to table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
See that I can't tell. So I'm gonna ask the clerk to call the roll so that I know. Motion to table the appointment of Keith Butler until a time certain, because I think I heard you say, but maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but this will be a motion to table and we'll take it back up another time. So motion to table, clerk will call the roll.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Wynn, how do you vote to table?
No.
Commissioner Schlesinger?
Well, I don't know what that information is, so I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Lucas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Bivens, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen, how do you vote?
No, I know him.
Just a vote, please.
Somebody else said something, I said it too.
Commissioner Watkins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman, how do you vote?
Yes, I know it.
I've got 5-3, so the motion to table is successful, and we'll take this back up next week and try to schedule an executive session at pre-commission meeting. So that maybe,
Mr. Mayor, I would like to have access to the background check at that meeting or before, please.
certainly, that's always available. All I got to do is ask the clerk for it. Your clerk has the background check. So yes, you can certainly get that. I understand, unfortunately, that the next item on our agenda, the blight bond update, that we forgot to arrange this with Cass Hatcher, and he's caught up in another meeting and can't be with us. So I'm going to just remove that item from this agenda, and we'll take it up when we can reschedule it with Cass Hatcher. That then takes us to the next item, which is number 4. And I'll ask the assistant clerk to pull up the caption and ask the clerk to read it as well.
An ordinance to approve and authorize the reappropriation of up to $300,000 from 2018 SPOS revenue, calendar year 2019 roads and bridges, Central City Commons line item to provide funding for planned improvements to Cotton Avenue Plaza, First Street, and Rosa Parks Square.
Let me say a word or two about this just to kind of tee it up for further discussion. What I had originally talked to Commissioner Lucas about was taking some of the money that we will be getting from the sale of the Willie Hill Annex building and conversion. We're getting about $900,000. And I had originally talked to Commissioner Lucas about whether or not that money, which was earmarked for Rosa Parks Square, if she would consider letting me take $300,000 of it and dedicating it to the Cotton Avenue Plaza. She indicated her agreement to that. Then, unfortunately, we found out through the county attorney's office and the bond attorneys that the language in the bonds and the language in the agreement, the intergovernmental agreement, specified that the funds for the sale of the Willie Hill Annex building, the $900,000, could not be spent anywhere else but Rosa Parks Square. So that meant I couldn't, with Commissioner Lucas and I could not say, well, let's use part of that money for the Cotton Avenue Plaza. So what I have done, and I have not talked to Commissioner Lucas about this, and I owe her an apology because she's shown as a co-sponsor, and that's not right. I haven't even talked to her about this. It was just kind of a carryover from the caption of the original legislation. But what we're doing now is going back to the same fund that we got the original $200,000 from. That is the SPLOST fund that was going to do the stormwater improvements on the hotel site. And we're not doing the hotel now. This is on Poplar Street. We're not doing that hotel project right now. And there was about $1.3 million in that for stormwater improvements. So we took $200,000. This would take an additional $300. So it would be $500 out of the 1.3 and leave $800 in there for whatever project later about stormwater if and when the hotel project goes forward. So that's kind of the background of it. Let me call on Michael to kind of go through the legislation and correct anything I may have said wrong.
All right, Mr. Mayor. So this is, I need just a second to pull this up. This reappropriates $300,000. So a couple of years ago, the commission appropriated, I believe it was originally, it was $1,066,840. That was November of 2019 to the Central City Commons project from the SPLOST timeline. Back in July, back in August, the commission reappropriated $200,000 of those dollars from the improvements that Mayor just went over to the plan that the Urban Development Authority had put forward, the Macon Action Plan, which included redoing Cotton Avenue Plaza, doing a roundabout at Poplar and First Street, and doing Rosa Parks Square. And you'll recall the monetary target goals that were in that ordinance, where upon reaching $500,000 in that fund, then that would be the trigger for the start of things at Cotton Avenue Plaza. And then there was an additional trigger, I believe another $1.5 million on top of that, $2 million total to start the roundabout, and then another $3 million to do Rosa Parks Square. So there is $200,000 in that fund already. This appropriates an additional $300,000. And so that would meet the $500,000 trigger that was in the Macon Action Plan ordinance that the commission approved back in July. And the only other thing that I would say on this, and Duke may be able to comment more eloquently than I, but that just as a reminder that we do still have ongoing litigation about these matters. And so nothing can really take place until those issues are resolved.
Correct.
Right, but my thought again is it by meeting this financial trigger, it shows that the project that we're talking about is a bona fide project and not just a sham idea kind of thing to disguise an intent to do nothing other than relocate a monument. So that's kind of where it is, and I hope you'll give favorable consideration to it. Any commissioner wish to be heard on this? Commissioner Wynn? Yeah,
Yes,
and then Commissioner Jones. I see Wynn and Jones.
I've never seen such finagling of money to get a project to go forward. We've still got litigation out there. I don't know why this thing is such an urgent thing for some people, but we need to resolve the litigation before anything can be touched, and that's my feeling on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, are you next?
Yes, sir. I continue to be against all three projects, a total of $5 million. Yes, triggered by funds being available, but $5 million can be spent a lot better ways than these three convoluted projects. So I'll be voting no, not in favor of wasting the taxpayers' money.
Any other commissioner wish to be heard? All right, then all those in favor of the ordinance to appropriate an addition up to $300,000 for the Cotton Avenue Plaza project from the Poplar Street Commons Fund would signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
No.
I think I've got three no's. I
Three
think I've got Wynn, Jones, and Allen. Any additional commissioner voting no?
Yeah, me.
Okay. Wynn, Jones, and Allen vote no, so it's 5-3 approved. So the ordinance is approved. That moves us now to the Newtown update. Oh my goodness. Aaron, are you still on the line?
He's asleep.
Huh? Aaron, are you still there?
She is. Aaron, you need to unmute.
May not be. Her picture's there, but she may not be.
She may have stepped away from the
I'll try to contact Erin real quick. She and I were kind of on this call together, but I'll see if I can reach her.
Good. Thank you, Michael. I'm glad to know that you're there as well. Yeah, we've run a little long here, 2 hours and 20 minutes. But hey, it is what it is.
Let's just go to the next one.
That's a thought. We can move on to the next item and try to get Aaron back on the line. So let's do that. We'll hold the Newtown update and their request until we get Aaron on the line, and go to number 7, which is a naming resolution. It's sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, Schlesinger, looks like Lucas, and Watkins.
Yeah, we actually,
Mayor Pro Tem, you're the lead sponsor. You wanna?
Yeah. We actually had another commission sponsor. I don't know what happened to the change of that, but yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm on too.
Excuse me.
I said I'm sponsoring too. My bad.
Okay. All right. The Honorable C.J. Ellis, former mayor, what I've asked Michael to do and what I've been looking at as a military veteran and looking at those elected officials who have served in a capacity even throughout the military, to recognize and their contribution throughout this community. And 2 mayors right now, and there will be more coming as we pursue them. One that we respectfully stood down on at this time, but and I want to talk about them both, although they're not, both up right now. But Mayor C.J. Ellis was the first African American mayor back in 1999. He served in the military for more than 20 years as a retired person. Now I can say to people, those men and women of us that served in the military, if something had happened to us, we would be considered heroes, and most folks respect us, and respectfully, our day is coming up on this Wednesday, on November the 11th. It is an honor and blessing to look at elected officials who served in that capacity, especially our Mayor C.J. Ellis and Mayor David Carter, for one. But just a little background, as I think Mayor Ellis is no stranger to many of us. The first person I reached out to when looking at naming rights is yourself, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your sentiments on this, and was very appreciative of your thoughts as well. And the second person was Craig Ross at the Transit Authority, because I was under the impression that I know that under his tenure, Mayor Ellis helped secure and purchase the terminal station. And I thought that was a fitting a name but we found out that Macon-Bibb no longer owned that property. And Mr. Ross, I don't think he took it to his committee, but we had a great conversation about it, and they wanted to remain that the terminal station historically named after the terminal station. Macon-Bibb would not, try to move forward because, again, we didn't own the property. And so, in talking with the family and those in the community, we looked at the city auditorium. Rosa Parks Square, what I thought had been fitting because he's pushed for that, and under his mayor's tenure, he also helped name that part as Fillmore Thomas and many others. And so the city auditorium was a name I think that would be fitting downtown. He is a big advocate, continues to be an advocate for Macon-Bibb. And so I just want to just read off just a few accomplishments under his tenure. And I know that, some folks may disagree, and, regardless, a lot of these businesses and names that we've named, just to give a few after some folks in our name, elected officials that bear the name of our buildings, parks, and so forth, just to share a few before I get into some of the things that he accomplished. Elected officials such as Buck Melton has named their honor, Commissioner Joe Allen, former Commissioner Albert Billingsley, William Randall, Willie Hill, Theron Urshery, and even Mr. Napier, just to name a few. Mr. Mayor Rickard, and thank you for this opportunity. His accomplishments will show that he was responsible for approximately $1 million in loans for the disadvantaged businesses. The city won a federal HOPE 6 grant to improve public housing over in the Kendall Heights area. He's helped constructed over 300 new affordable housing units and eliminated over 2,000 substandard homes. Under his tenure, the city of Macon was designated as a city of excellence by the Georgia Municipal Association. Of course, I mentioned he purchased and renovated the terminal station, built the Marriott Center City Hotel. He was involved in that, established the what we know today as College Hill Corridor, helped establish the only, and I didn't know this one, the first Macon only dog park as well. And there are many other accomplishments that we could get into. But for me, it's continuing to go forward, even in the next administration, to look back. And I've asked the attorney's office and I've asked Michael to help me look at over the last 50 to 100 years, those mayors who have served in the military, because being a veteran myself, I would like to recognize them and begin to make sure that they're recognized and name things in their honor. And today I'm seeking to name something in honor of Mayor C.J. Ellis, who I've spoken with, who is not available. And I've spoken to his family, his daughter, and even Major David Carter, although his resolution is not up right now. David Carter also served as a major at ROTC at Central High School and was a major, and he served as mayor as well. And I just think that this is befitting for any elected official, and mayors that have served. It's not easy to serve your country and then become an elected official. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I would ask for support as we move forward in establishing this, and hopefully this can begin to heal the hearts of those that may disagree, but wholeheartedly support those military mayors, and hopefully in the near future we will have a woman at some point as a mayor in this community as well. And thank you, and I yield.
Other sponsoring commissioners wish to be heard?
Yes,
Commissioner
sir.
Schlesinger, Commissioner Lucas, or Commissioner Watkins?
Lucas.
Commissioner Lucas, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, sir. To add to what the Mayor Pro Tem has already said, and that's an impressive list of accomplishments. But one thing that I was most impressed with was the fact that under the former Mayor C. Jack Ellis's administration, we received the money for a park, for use in a park. Mayor Ellis was kind enough to allow that money to flow through to Newtown, I believe. Mr. Mayor, am I correct? The money for Amerson Park flowed through Newtown?
No, ma'am, I don't think that's right.
Well, anyway, the money was received by this community under the term, one of the terms of former Mayor Ellis. And that money went to a group that determined how Amerson Park was going to be laid out. And there is nowhere in Amerson Park that C. Jack Ellis's name. It's not on one of the gazebos, the picnic areas. It's not on anything there, not even on a playground or anything, not even on a plaque on the ground. And I think that's a testament to his unselfishness, that he's not complained, although I'm sure that must have hurt, to allow that money to flow through and then for it to be named for Mr. Amerson, and it was well worth it. He spent a lot of time, and a lot of people spent a lot of time in getting that done, and it's a wonderful park. But I just wanted to say that would have been an appropriate place to recognize him, but nobody's asking for that. I support this legislation to rename or add to the name of our city auditorium the name of former Mayor C. Jack Ellis for his contributions to the community. Thank
you. Commissioner Watkins or Schlesinger, either one of you wish to be heard on this?
Yeah. I will
Watkins?
say, Mayor Ellis has done so much for our community during his time back in the late 90s, early 2000s as mayor. We've been naming stuff here on our account. I think we got into the habit a couple years ago, or a few years ago now, to give folks their roses while they're here. I mean, he endured a lot during that time. To date, we haven't named places naming, I think, on anything as it relates to our county. And yeah, we've done it. We've done this several times, and I think he's deserving.
Come. Commissioner Schlesinger, you're the fourth sponsor.
Yeah, I'll just add the resurrection of Bell's Hill to one of the things that he was able to accomplish under his administration, and that's I don't know that he gets the credit for that he deserved, but it's in District 2. It's in my neighborhood, and I, on a very personal level, I'm grateful to him for what he was able to recreate, shall we say.
Any other commissioner wish to be heard on this? Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir. Certainly Mayor Ellis had a decent record with substandard housing, but he was a very divisive, disruptive person and continues to be. I would be in favor of naming maybe Otis Redding for the city auditorium and not the former Mayor Jack Ellis.
Mr. Mayor.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the list of accomplishments sounds good, and then you tried to add things on that have not been verified as related to him. But yes, he was the first Black mayor in Macon, but that doesn't make him qualified to have things named after him. I really have a problem with us naming things with people that are still alive, but I see some faces out there with things named after them in this community that are still alive. But I think that this Mayor Ellis was one that was divisive, as Commissioner Jones has just said, and distrusted. And there were issues about monetary things that went on in our community. I don't think this is the right person to name the Macon City Auditorium after. It's already got a name as far as I'm concerned, as Macon City Auditorium. I think that there are other folks, Otis Redding could be one, but there are other folks. You can go back, way back, and look at people like Ronnie Thompson and say that he was somebody that we should look up to and admire. But, you know, you can pick out any former mayor you want, George Israel, anybody, and you just say that this person deserves this. They've had military service.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I don't think this is the one that's the one that really is what our community thinks is a good one to have this named after right now. I think that this is one we also should have a public forum on to hear what people have to say and what it should be named after. Personally, I think that this city auditorium and the Centralplex or Coliseum should have naming rights, whereas a company comes in like Five Star Dodge or something like that and names it for them and pays for those rights to have their name on it, which will help the city of Macon with expenses and cost. I think the Centralplex could be something like a Geico Arena, and the auditorium could be a five-star, you know, Macon five-star auditorium or something like that. But that's just my opinion. I think we should look at somebody that's going to have a naming right and provide some funds for these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. And any other commissioner wish to be heard? If not, let me.
Me.
Oh, Commissioner Allen, I'm sorry. You were just not on my little screen here, but go right ahead. Commissioner Allen, you're recognized.
Yeah, I had a talk with Commissioner Tillman early on about this, and I didn't have too much of a problem with it at the beginning, but then I thought the city auditorium, that's something that we've talked about naming after people before. And then we started talking about, having some company come in and paying Bibb County money. Would I oppose naming something after Mayor Ellis? No, I don't oppose having something named after the other mayor either that we've been talking about. But at this time, I think we need to relook at that and find another suitable location that will not just be right there, something that, people understand that building there can make county money. And there's other places we could do that would be suitable for the mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Any other commissioner wish to be heard? If not,
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna yield to you.
Okay.
You're gonna comment, and then I'll just wrap up if that's okay.
Okay, very good. Then let me say this, and I hope I can say this appropriately, so that it's not misconstrued or misinterpreted. I like Jack Ellis. He and I have a lot in common. Military service, Vietnam veteran, mayor of Macon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he and I both share the distinction of having our names engraved in the granite marker on the front of Government Center as being a mayor of Macon. I think, however, to name another building for Mayor Ellis would be inappropriate at this time. The naming ordinance has a provision in it that says you're not supposed to name things for people who are still in life. We have made exceptions to that, especially when people are ill or kind of in distress of one kind or another. We've also made exceptions when people still in life are directly connected to the entity for which it's being named. Elaine Lucas Senior Citizen Center comes to mind. She's still very active, still in politics, but what she did to help make that happen, I think justified, in the opinion of the commission, the naming of that facility for her. Similarly, we have named other things like fire stations and recreation centers for currently serving and former serving that are still in life. But to name something totally unrelated to the mayor's tenure, while he is still very active in politics, very active, and may be a candidate for office in the near future, And I think that's kind of why we should go back and look again at the idea of the timing of a naming resolution, and not while somebody's still out active in politics and naming something unrelated to their service. Those are just my personal feelings, but I did want to share them with you so you'd know where my heart was and where my mind was. So with that having been said, Commissioner Tillman, back to you, sir. I think you wanted the last word.
Thank you so much. And I think some of what you said is what I was going to share as far as those that are still here with us today. And I appreciate them as well for their continued service. And I yield and just ask for approval. And now I don't foresee Mayor Ellis running for anything else. But I think right now timing is appropriate. And so I just ask for support on this. And I don't think we can get it wrong. I think we can move this community forward. Thank you so much.
All in favor of the resolution, then I assume no other commissioner wants to talk. All in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
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 I think I got 3 no's. I think I got Wynn, Jones, and Allen. Any other commissioner vote no? Okay, so it's five to 3. The resolution is adopted. So let's back up now to number 6 and see if Aaron's on the phone. Aaron, are you on the phone with us now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that more than anything else.
My body was about to burst. I couldn't know.
Newtown wants to give us an update on the second block of Poplar Street and a plan that they have to improve it. So let me turn it over to Aaron at this point to talk to us about the BID, the Downtown Business Improvement District, the money that they have and the improvements that they would like to make to the Poplar Street Plaza between 2nd Street and 3rd Street.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So initially, I think since the pandemic, how we have viewed our outdoor spaces has really been something that the BID has looked at in conjunction with the help of Michael Glisson, who is also on this call. So first, I just want to thank you all for allowing Michael and I to join you to kind of just update you on some exciting developments regarding this hopeful completion of the Poplar Yards project. If you'll remember, the first 2 blocks were completed some time ago, I think a couple of years ago. And so since the pandemic, it's been glaring the way people are organically kind of changing the need for this space on the 2nd block. And so that kind of is what prompted Michael and I to put our heads together to think about what this might look like. Now, as Mayor has already stated, this is mainly a BID initiative, not less of Newtown. So the Board of Directors, which is a 7-member property owner board, has voted to unanimously support this project. I should also first note that we're not asking for any government funding or anything like that, but this just more in the spirit of collaboration of our public-private partnership. We just wanted to come in with you guys and update you on what it is that we are proposing. So it is fully funded with the help of the BID board of allocating funds from its budget. And then we also received an executive discretionary grant from the Peyton Anderson after we submitted a proposal. So if I can share my screen, I'm just going to briefly
Rachel, do you need to help her share her screen? Or can she do it by herself?
Aaron, it is set up where you should be able to do it.
I'm ready and I'm sharing.
Let's see. Oh, it's working. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm a Zoom pro right now. I'm on this. Okay, so essentially, if you're not familiar with it, there are some, it's kind of just clunky. So right now there is a fountain, if you will, like running through the middle right here. And unfortunately, it's not a working fountain. And so Michael and I, along with a host, or I should say a coalition of folks, have walked this median and really taken into account, the needs of Brian Nichols for the Christmas light show, also just how we have observed how people are starting to reorganize the space. And so different from the first 2 blocks, we are actually going to have a long concrete, I don't know if sidewalk is the right word for it, but pad, if you will. And so one of the things that Brian mentioned was it's going to be better from a weather resistant standpoint. So this place can always be used regardless of if it rained the night before or whatnot. We're going to keep this platform right here to definitely encourage outdoor music performances. And if you'll remember, there's also actually bistro tables and picnic tables in these corresponding areas. We're going to leave the silver arch that stands right here and just kind of make it more open space like the other one. So when people are parking on this side of the median to get across the street, it's not as cumbersome to get from one side to the other. So that's just kind of to give you an overview of what this looks like. So mostly the main changes are concrete, and then we're going to sod on the side.
Good. Thank you, Aaron. And I understand that this has been done in coordination with Parks and Beautification, and Michael Glisson has been working with you on this. Michael, anything you want to add to this at this point?
Well, no, sir. I just want to props to Erin for kind of chasing this down. She's done a great job at, again, finding the funding necessary to where we're not having to come to you all commissioners to ask you for money. We're essentially just coming to you for your blessing on this project. A lot of people have had their hand. Erin and I have done a lot of work here, Erin in particular, and several other people actually. And again, we just felt it was right to come to you and, kind of hat in hand and tell you that, again, we have the funding and we're looking for your blessing here.
One thing I would like to add, and Aaron mentioned it, but I'd like to kind of highlight it. The concrete fountain that is no longer functional is not a ground level fountain. It is a raised concrete trough that basically runs through the middle of the park and makes it virtually impossible to cross the park where the fountain is. I mean, you literally would have to crawl up and over this non-functional fountain to get to the other side. So if you park on one side and trying to go to a restaurant on the other, you've got this non-functional fountain that it really just prohibits you from walking across. So the idea is to get rid of the fountain so that you can traverse the median with greater ease, and then to do the concrete centerpiece with sod on the outside. This also, as I understand it, would not happen between now and the first of the year.
Oh, yes.
They are waiting for the Christmas lights and all that kind of stuff. So it would be a early springtime project when they could try to get the stuff put in time for growing season and this, that, or the other. Now, questions, comments, or concerns by Commissioner? Mayor Pro Tem Tillman, I see your hand first, sir.
I'll yield to Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Aaron, good to see you today. It was nice to meet with you and Alex Morrison the other day. I commend you on the work you've been doing and the fact that you were able to raise funds that would keep us from having to pay anything. When we met the other day, my concern, I love the development of Poplar Street. And I'm so proud of Brian Nichols for going into the 3rd season of the lights. That's one of our highlights downtown. I'm just have this real big concern, and we discussed this the other day, and I don't mean to be a downer about this project because I want it to go forward. I love the idea. The homeless situation down there, they're taking up, they're camping out down there, especially on the end towards MLK. And I see them moving up towards all the way up Poplar. What are we going to do about that? Have your bid members gotten together and discussed that particular issue on Poplar Street in downtown Macon to see how we can move that problem out of there so Poplar can be everything you're trying to make it be right now? What has the discussion been on that with bid members?
Yes, ma'am. I obviously that is a constant discussion, but that's also not something that's going to be solved with one snap at the fingers. And I think that is going to be something that we have to collectively do, and one project is not going to exacerbate the problem or fix the problem. And so while I understand your concern, which is right, we have to remember homelessness is not a crime, and restructuring this block is completing a project that's already existing. So we're merely completing the middle block, which I think is going to transform how people cohabitate in this space. And I think the more people that come to this space, it's kind of going to not make it as comfortable, which I don't also agree with either. But to your point, if you're insinuating that we're making this for the homeless, then that is not the case. It's merely completing the project that has already happened.
I did not insinuate you're making it for the homeless. It just turns out that the homeless are taking over that area. If you go all the way from up in front of the City Government Center and the Rosa Parks Square, all the way down to MLK, you'll see the homeless putting boxes there, and that's their house. That's where they live. So I think that we have that problem. We cannot ignore, cannot not get away from, because it's a catch-22. We want people to come down there so that we'll keep the homeless out, but people aren't going to come down there because the homeless are there. So it's a problem, and it's not your problem to work on, Erin. Okay,
well, it's everybody's, and I think that's
right. It's a community problem, and we need to work on it.
Public-private partnership.
But I'm concerned about it.
I completely understand that, but I don't think that this project is it. If anything, I think it should alleviate your concerns, because if you've seen how people have already been reutilizing this space, whether there are people who are experiencing homeless there or not, it actually is quite empowering, because people still sit there and will eat lunch from your pie regardless of who is sitting there. And I think that's kind of the joy of being in a downtown area, is that it's comprehensive. It's not just homogeneous or anything like that. And I think together with some of the things that we discussed with Alex, as well as getting the sheriff on board, like, we can move forward. But I might have to respectfully disagree that this project has anything to do with our friends who are experiencing homelessness at this point.
Now, I never said that project had anything to do with it. I'm saying the homelessness is occurring on Poplar Street, and that's got to be a concern to us.
Thank you.
I like the project, and I like that we're continuing to work on Poplar. That's not all what I said. Don't change my words. I'm saying that
I wasn't trying to
about the homeless population.
I just wanted to remind you, like, we've had those discussions offline, and we understand like that the avenues that we need to take, but it's going to be it's not just going to be the bid property owners. It's going to take a complete coalition of people to really help these people out.
Exactly.
I agree with that 100%. Commissioner Lucas, I think I saw your hand next.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank Ms. Keller for the presentation. Do you remember you have there the total cost of it? I know some's coming from BID, that's the Business Improvement District Fund, where they pay additional money.
Yes, ma'am.
In taxes, and they have a fund, and all the improvements are paid for through that fund for the downtown area. Sure. And I think that's wonderful to have a source of funding. So how much is going to be used out of that, and then how much is the grant?
Sure, absolutely. That's a very good question. So the bid has allocated $50,000, and then the discretionary grant was for $25,000.
Okay, well, that's good to have your project funded. And I tend to agree with you. Thank you for not taking the attitude that because somebody is homeless, that somehow we have to get rid of them. There are services, and the mayor has learned this from some time back, that the homeless, there are services available, and he has a homeless coalition. Don't you still have that coalition, Mr. Mayor? Still in place?
Yes, there are a couple of different homeless coalitions, but
and
right now they're not very active.
I was going to say, who are they and where are they? Because I've never heard about them.
I'll get that information for you.
But there are
a little caddy. That's a little
there
caddy.
Are
that's her.
Are you
finished? That's even worse. Come on, y'all, no back and forth.
There are organizations in this community that work with the homeless. And so I would suggest that we endeavor to pull them back together and strengthen them so that they can help us as a community to deal with some of these folks that are homeless, but they could be our cousins or our mamas or daddies under the bridge or whatever. But by the grace of God, go I. I know I've messed that up, but it's something like that.
Very good. Commissioner Watkins?
So I think the project that Aaron is speaking on is solid and good, making improvements to the park. I did want to speak on the homeless issue a little bit while we were talking about it, because the homeless population is growing in downtown, but it's also growing in Macon. Yeah. It's a problem that we need to confront. One of the things in studying it, well, first, the county, our budget, nowhere in it do we have a homelessness line item. Like we're not housing beds every night. That's done by the nonprofit community, the Salvation Army, and a couple of other locations. But the county, our government, homeless services is fairly reduced outside of what, again, other agencies provide, which is an issue that we have, because I think most of the reading is saying that the way you solve homelessness is housing first. The fact that the Salvation Army has 180 beds that are always full, there's always a waiting list before, my understanding is anecdotally, before dark, the facility is full with what the number of men that they can have in it. And we as a county have not addressed that in many decades. So it takes a collective decision on how much money we're gonna spend and how big of a facility we're gonna make. Because I think Aaron said something that's very important that we fail to realize when we think about homelessness often. It is not a crime to be homeless. It means that you're poor. It means that you have no property. You don't have a car, you have zero. And when you're in that space, if you're not allowed to sleep on a public bench, right, 100% of the land is private. And if you can't sleep on a sidewalk, you have nowhere to sleep. And sleeping is pretty much a human right. So that's how you end up on city hall steps, on courthouse steps, in parks, because that's public space. You can't sleep on a man's yard. You can't sleep in something that other people own. And since we, the government, do not have a facility provided, that's what's left.
Right.
And that's where we are. But
thank you very much. So going back to the issue at hand, the improvements to Poplar Street Park, are there any other comments on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that Commissioner Bivens?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, I did that twice today. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead. Okay, listen. After 7 years, maybe you gonna get it. You gonna get it. Let me say, I want to thank Newtown, and don't mean to hijack, their great presentation with anything else. Mr. Mayor, the fountain at 3rd Street, I don't know if you recall, you and I briefly talked about this a while back. I talked about it with Josh Rogers, and I was just trying to see if there's an update from them that, we talked about closing 3rd Street and still having that round about a while back, at least closing that light off and have people be able to walk, because you can still drive around, take a right on 3rd, come back around, taking a left, and just closing that area. Is there any conversation that y'all are still talking about at Newtown? And Mr. Mayor, probably a couple of years ago, you and I both started the help facilitate the Homeless Coalition, and it was primarily to eradicate those homeless people that were at the down at the Otis Red Monument that was sitting up down at the River Park. And so Secretary Janice, Ms. Ross can probably get that information of those members to share with other commission members, so they can, even try to get it more active or see where they are on that. But just trying to see the information on that. We were talking about closing that 3rd Street area and going around about it. Is any conversations in the, are y'all familiar with that at Newtown?
Is the question directed at me or the mayor? I'm sorry.
Well, no, the Newtown folks.
No, I'm not privy to any of those conversations.
Okay.
So
all right.
Answer that.
Any other discussion about the Poplar Street Park median improvements between 2nd Street and 3rd Street is to be financed? And let me be sure y'all understand, to be financed by the BID contribution, Business Improvement District contribution, the grant from Peyton Anderson. But I will say, I think Parks and Beautification may provide some in-kind services to that, especially in the planting. Maybe I'm not sure. Michael, is that right?
Yes, sir. Parks and beautification plans to replant the trees. Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, so we all gonna have something to do with it. It'll be a true
Motion
public-private
to
partnership.
accept
to improve.
this as stated. Motion for us to accept this.
Good. Okay. Then we've got a motion and a second to approve the improvements to Poplar Street Park done by Newtown or through the Business Improvement District and Peyton Anderson Foundation and Newtown and Parks and Beautification. So thank you. All in favor. All in favor of the resolution or of that motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
No.
Got one no, and that's Commissioner Bivens. All right, but I only ask legal to prepare something. We'll have it at pre-commission for final approval and vote on it next week. But that's great. Okay, believe it or not, y'all, it's only 12 o'clock, and we're through with the agenda now for committee of the whole.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Glissom's trying to get your attention. Michael Glissom.
Michael.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mayor. I know everybody's probably trying to go to lunch, but I felt like I'd be remiss if I didn't bring something up. You know, the history of Poplar Yards, these 3 sections of Poplar Street, and Mayor, I know you're probably more privy to it than me, but from what I understand, this middle section that Aaron and I are about to, that we were just approved to take on, there was prior funding allocated for that part years ago, and due to some various kind of political reasons or something like that. Obviously, it was before my time, but that money was essentially pulled back from that project, and that's the reason why that leg of Poplar was never complete. And Mayor, from like what we talked about during the BID board meeting with everybody about this project, that money kind of went to, I think your exact words, where it went to kind of nirvana, it was just kind of pulled away and set aside years ago. And I guess I feel like I'd kind of be remiss if I didn't, kind of bring up what are the possibilities about reallocating that money to another project.
How about this? We'll look at that between 9 next week and try to bring that as part of the resolution to pre-commission next week.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you bringing that up.
One thing, if just to put it on the record, we only have about $31,000 to redo Gateway Park once GDOT is complete and or once GDOT is finished, and that's a major gateway area into downtown. And if I could just kind of maybe put it on the record that if we could reallocate some of that original money for Poplar Yards to Gateway Park, I think that's an
excellent idea. We'll take that up, and you and I work with legal on that between 9 next Tuesday.
Okay, thank y'all.
Very good.
I love how he just advocated for that. I love that.
All right. Is there any other business to come before the committee of the whole?
I had that.
If not, I know y'all are going to be.
Mr. Mayor.
Listen, I tried to do everything I could to speed it up, but I mean, I'll declare us adjourned, and that brings up Facilities and Engineering Committee is next. And Chairman Jones, are you ready to lead that?
Yes, sir. You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll call Facilities and Engineering to order. We have Jones, Wynn, Allen, Schlesinger, and Commissioner Bivens all here, I think. So the first item is the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve if there are no deletions or questions or anything about the minutes?
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor of approve the minutes, say aye.
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 Item number 2, Lake Tobesofkee improvements, an ordinance to approve and authorize the appropriation of up to $300,000 from 2018 SPLOST revenues. Calendar year 2020 Parks and Recreation, Lake Tobesofkee line item for the purpose of funding construction of Phase 2 improvements to the Tobesofkee Recreation Area, sponsored by Mayor Robert Rickard. You want to address that, Mayor? You want to address that, Mayor?
Yeah, actually, I think that Clay Murphy may be better able, I think he's on the line and may be better able to discuss this than me. Clay, can you help me out?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Clay.
Dog.
You guys approved us going in and doing the next phase of improvements, and I want to make sure we're talking about Lake Tobesofkee,
Yep.
to do the next phase of improvements for Lake Tobesofkee. That contract was awarded to Warren and Associates. We needed to appropriate monies and move monies from 2020, I think it's 2025 to 2020, to handle that entire contract out there. And this is the improvements of the bathrooms, pavilions, pickleball courts. Most of it's pavilions and bathrooms, but to deal with some of the picnic areas and things like that. It's just an expansion of the. It's a new contract with Warren and Associates, but an expansion of the scope of work at Lake Tobesofkee, and he was low bid.
Are you adding pickleball courts?
Adding 2.
Okay. And did we have any before?
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll have 2 pickleball courts.
It was a request of Commissioner Allen for the camp, for the folks who camp down out there, who made a request for it.
Yep. It's a hot sport.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments by commissioners, questions for Clay?
Yes, sir. I want to know what pickleball is.
Commissioner Bivens, I describe it as playing ping pong, but you're standing on the table. It is a hot sport, particularly for seniors who can no longer play tennis. They turned it into you play with a wiffle ball and a paddle on a much smaller court. So it's a lot of exercise, but it's significantly less impactful on knees, which is why the senior community has picked it up tremendously.
As has the young community.
Yeah, and they have. We have a large contingency that plays every night at Tatnall, where we've converted many of those tennis courts to pickleball.
Mm-hmm.
Are these bathrooms gender assigned bathrooms? Had to say it.
I can't answer that question, Commissioner. Right now, they're gender assigned, I believe. The way they're set up now, they are.
Anybody else?
Move to approve.
Got a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a second? Got a motion and a second for the Lake Tobesofkee improvements. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Number 3, renaming the interchange for Major David L. Carter, a resolution respectfully requesting that the local legislative delegation introduce legislation to name the interchange of U.S. Highway 80 and Interstate 475 as the Major David L. Carter interchange during the 2021 session of the Georgia General Assembly, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Al Tillman. Commissioner, you want to speak?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. Going back to reiterate, David Carter is a wonderful man, and he served in the military. He was a major. He is one of those former mayors and elected officials that are military personnel. He also was the major and the ROTC director for years at Central High School. He always comes to our Christmas events and attends meetings when he can. He has fallen ill. I've spoken to him more recently. He and his wife, they're just wonderful folks. And I would like for us to name this in his honor and reach out to the local delegation to even go a step further in changing the wordings on those symbols out there. I think Michael has spoken with his family. Commissioner Allen first brought this to my attention and wanted to recognize him. I wanted to do it in another capacity, but I think this is befitting. And I just look forward. He is excited. His wife is excited about it. And hopefully I'm going to be reaching out to the local delegation to see if they can further assist with this. I thought this would be a separate two resolutions. Michael, you can explain it how we just combined the two as opposed to us just doing a local resolution. But I think you kind of combined it where we can just go ahead and include the local delegation on it to just approve it and then send it forward to get their approval and support on it as well. Thank you, and I yield.
That's right, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So I communicated with the GDOT officials that manage the naming of state routes, and basically they have a policy in place that says if it's a state route that you're naming after somebody, then it has to come from the Georgia General Assembly. It can't come from the local city council or county commission. And so that's why it's written as a request for the local legislative delegation to take this up in the General Assembly.
And so we've talked with the family, Major Carter and his wife. They're both in agreement with it. They like the idea.
Yeah.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just for a point of information for me, where would the sign be posted? Would it be on Highway 80 or 475, or where do they post that sign?
They do that on all four sides. Eisenhower as well has 475, like they've done the others.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
No, I move to approve.
I would second.
Second.
Okay, we've got a second and a third. So all in favor of the naming of the interchange for Major David L. Carter, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. So that concludes facilities and engineering. If there's nothing else to come before this committee, we are hereby adjourned. Facilities and engineering. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. The public safety is next, and that's Chairman Wynn. Chairman Wynn, let me turn this over to you, please, ma'am.
I'm not aware of anything on our agenda, Mayor. Unless I missed out on something.
What happened to endorsing Vision Zero?
Yeah, you got one.
It's not.
Yeah, you asked for that.
No,
sorry.
I mean, is it not on board docs? Or is
yeah.
It,
I'm looking at.
Somebody hadn't reviewed their agenda.
Right. You have one item on there, which is endorsing Vision Zero, and there's the caption.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I did not see it. Yes, I did. I have two sponsors here, both Commissioner Lucas and Allen. Would either one of you like to address that for us? First of all, let me back up. I'd like to call the meeting to order and approve the minutes from the last meeting.
So moved.
All right. Second. Do I have a second for that? Second.
Yeah.
Any corrections, additions, or deletions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the minutes do carry. Now on to this particular issue. I have Commissioner Lucas and Commissioner Allen that are sponsoring this. Would either one of you like to go forward and address that?
Vision Zero is a comprehensive plan that's been endorsed by the Pedestrian Safety Review Board. And I noticed that we have Dr. Bob Dallas on the Zoom meeting. Do we have Greg Brown? Is Greg Brown on? Dr. Dallas?
Yes.
Is he? Okay. Those two who will go through a brief review of Vision Zero. Dr. Dallas is the consultant working with the Pedestrian Safety Review Board, and under his and with his leadership, we have been able to achieve an awful lot for the benefit of the citizens in the community. So, Madam Chair, if you will allow Dr. Dallas to do a short presentation along with Greg Brown, who is the chair of the Pedestrian Safety Review Board. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here, as Commissioner Lucas mentioned, we are here today to provide an update regarding where we are in terms of seeking adoption of the Macon-Bibb Vision Zero Action Plan. If you all can recall, back in April, May of 2006, the county commissioners approved a resolution endorsing the Vision Zero approach to road safety. Since that time, the Pedestrian Safety Review Board Committee has been working diligently to develop a plan that will put us on track to eliminating pedestrian fatalities by the year 2040. And so over the past few months, the Pedestrian Safety Review Board reviewed a draft plan. And then on April 20th, the Pedestrian Safety Review Board actually approved the draft plan that was presented. And during that time, we've had county commissioners Elaine Lucas and Joe Allen to be involved in every step of the way. And at this time, I would like to go ahead and introduce Mr. Bob Dallas, who serves as our Vision Zero consultant. And he helped guide the way in developing this Vision Zero action plan. Mr. Dallas.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Wynn and commissioners and mayor for the opportunity to speak. Greg is absolutely correct. I've been working with the Pedestrian Safety Review Board now for almost 3 years. And let me just say that I'm so impressed with not only the board, but so many others. The mayor and commissioners have been so supportive of their effort. And I do have to comment on Commissioners Allen and Lucas for their participation in the meetings because they've been so helpful in guiding us. But Greg Brown is the chair and has been fantastic in terms of not only holding the meetings, but guiding us along the way. But the most important thing to me is that the stakeholders, the people, the citizens, you've had all your NGOs involved, Walk, Bike, Macon, the ARP, every county department has been involved, from public safety to public works to you name it, they've been involved in this process. And the business community, and that's a key stakeholder. And I saw that Yvonne Williams, who chairs your CID, was involved on the call as well. But taking it further, this plan incorporated and included our state partners, which includes GDOT, the Governor's Office of Highway Safety and Public Health at the state level. And on top of that, we have the federal government, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, and the Federal Highway DOT were part of this. And why are we here? Because as each of you know, Macon-Bibb County has been overrepresented as it relates to pedestrian crash deaths. All of us want zero. We want zero serious injuries. But unfortunately, due to numerous circumstances with the existing infrastructure that Macon-Bibb County has, we've experienced a lot of crash deaths. A lot of great work has occurred, but there's a lot more that can be done over time to make the roadway system a heck of a lot safer. So we received a grant from Federal Highway to bring in engineers to help us develop this plan over a 2-year period. And I give my hats off to KLS Engineering, who really are engineers that understand multiple languages. They understand engineering, which is key because they're the ones who build our roadway systems, but they also understand how people work, how involvement of the community is so key to make anything work well. So with that, we developed this work plan that's before you today. And it's been approved by the Pedestrian Safety Review Board, and now it's a resolution that basically goes through and specifies not only where the problems are in Macon-Bibb County, but also specifies the process by which to identify new problem areas, and most importantly, solutions to those problems from an engineering perspective. It does involve the behavioral side and of course all the traditional partners that we have in highway safety to make our roadway system safer. But it really takes a long-term approach that says, if we do things as we improve our systems in a certain way, we can make it safe for all the roadway users, including our most vulnerable, which of course is our pedestrian, our cyclists. When we get out of our car, we now become a vulnerable road user. So this report reflects that process. And breaking it down, if I may, and I don't know if it's before each of you, if the person controlling our screens can put it up. could try to share my screen, but I'm not sure if that would do it
Yeah,
for you.
it should be enabled for you to share your screen, or if there is a document someone needs to send me, I can put it up. Yeah,
Okay,
there you go.
Okay, there it is. So this is the plan, and it's a very lengthy plan, and it goes through in 3 parts. First of all, it describes on the first page exactly what Vision Zero is. And understand Vision Zero is as much a process as a plan and something to execute over time. But Vision Zero takes highway safety, roadway safety, and use of the public space to a higher level by incorporating a couple of key points. And that is, look at the data. What does the data tell us? And then secondly, as we execute our solutions, that we do it in an equitable way. And what does that mean? That truly means engaging the public every step of the way so that they are partners. So we talk about of the people, by the people, for the people. This is actually with the people in terms of making our roadway system safer for us. And it does it under what's referred to from an engineering perspective, the safe systems approach. And the slide that I have in front of you now sees how it combines all the different components of roadway system to the safe systems approach, which is terminology used by transportation engineers. And that's key because as we look to execute things down the road, as they say, the plans have to be specific as to how they execute solutions. Those plans attract dollars that otherwise would not be available to any community. Macon-Bibb County will get ahead of the curve in the language and the plans that will attract dollars, not just from GDOT, but from federal highway that will make the system work better for the citizens and the community that causes Macon-Bibb County the place where they live and work and play. And so the first section discusses in detail what Vision Zero is. The second section also talks about the process. We have spent 2 years for a reason, and that is because we wanted to make sure that all the stakeholders were able to participate in this process to help identify what this action plan should look like. And then the third area, which is a key one, is it talks about the action plan itself. What do you do to implement solutions over time? And with that, it assigns not only where the problems are today, and if I take a look at this roadway section here, you see in very specific visual way and numbers to back it up for those of you who prefer numbers, where the corridors are that are producing all of our serious injuries and pedestrian crash deaths. And that's key because that tells us where we can really focus to eliminate these things. So let me just sum it up with this. Vision Zero is a long-term plan, and it's a plan to make transportation systems safer for all the users. And the goal here today is to move it forward for the full vote of the commission and the mayor's action in order for this to be an adopted plan that over time, in my opinion, will allow Macon-Bibb County to attract more state and federal dollars to execute a much safer roadway system. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Dallas. Any questions of Mr. Dallas or Mr. Brown that are still with us? I remember being in a meeting with Vision Zero early on about a year and a half ago, and I was impressed by the plans that were just starting at that time. And now to see it come to full fruition, that's great. And to have the funding there to do that is great too. We just unfortunately had another fatality on the roads yesterday, I believe, or last night. So this is very important to us. Like I said, are there any questions for Mr. Dallas or Mr. Brown? And thank you too. Again, I bet you were surprised when I said, I don't have a meeting. I don't have a committee report. I certainly wouldn't want you to wait all this long and leave you out. That was my faux pas. But thank you for your
Madam
report.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. And thank you for hanging in there with us and staying with us during the meeting.
I just have to say one thing,
Yes, sir.
So many of us travel through Macon and don't stop there. I just think it a blessing, my opportunity to work with the people in Macon and really learn about what a wonderful place it is. And so my hat's off to everybody and what you all are doing together to make your community even that much better.
We need to have you stop next time you come through, okay?
Well, I do now. I do. I've stayed overnight, so it's
all right. Very good.
Lovely.
Very good. Any questions before we go ahead to vote on this? Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering, that was a lot of information. Does the committee feel comfortable in carrying an approval, a motion to approve. I know some do, but there's a lot of other information, but we can have additional sessions for folks who need some more information on specific areas of it. So, but if you feel comfortable, I'm all for it. I'm all for the vote, but I just want to make sure, since there's so much to it, that everybody knows. And then you've got the new commissioners elect who will be coming on, who will need to, well, there are two of them who are hearing today.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Allen?
I just want to say Commissioner Lucas is exactly right. We have new commissioners coming on board, and one or two of them could be on this committee, and they need to know. They need to know, because she's exactly right. It's a lot of work and a lot of information put in front of you. And I commend her, because she's taking the lead on this, and took this little boy and taught me about some things. I have to thank her.
All right, so thank you, Commissioner Allen. Am I hearing that we want to hold off on a vote on this? Is that what I'm hearing?
Let's vote it
Okay,
on
all right.
through.
Just want to make sure. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second? Do I have a second? I'll second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, by same sign. The motion carries. Thank you again, Mr. Dallas and Mr. Brown, for your presentations. Thank you for
Dr.
being
Dallas.
here. Dr. Dallas. Dr. Dallas.
You guys have made me a doctor.
Any other business to bring before the Public Safety Committee that I have forgotten about? Yes.
If I may.
Yes, sir, Mayor Pro Tem.
Murder and violent crime. By all accounts, we're on pace to break a record.
Yes, we are.
In my opinion, we're going to have to start spending more time with our sheriff and law enforcement in this committee to hear what they're doing and to provide input, because our burying head in the sand solution isn't working for us. I mean, this is the mechanism for that conversation. So the only way we're going to get the solutions is to have that conversation on a consistent basis. And I think about the impact that Commissioner Jones' legislation on having monthly reports in finances had on our ability to control our finances and understand. I think it's brought up all of our awareness level and knowledge on municipal finance. And I hope we can get to the point that we know stuff about murder and violent crime, because we're going to have to address it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Watkins. And I think I said Mayor Pro Tem a minute ago. Mayor Pro Tem, you're being mistaken for Commissioner Burt Bivens and Commissioner Watkins. But anyway, we do have a crime problem. We do have a homicide problem. It is not one that we as individuals or even as a commission can resolve by ourselves or solve by ourselves. And the public needs to be involved. I'd like to say that we have a public committee out there that helps us work on solving this, but working with the police is going to be something we have to do going forward, very closely working with the police on this. But I'm not sure if there's an easy resolution. I'd like to see our community come together and maybe come up with some ideas that can help us there too. Thank you, Commissioner Watkins. Any other business to come before this committee?
Ms. Wynn?
Commissioner Allen?
About 25 years ago, the county came up, because we was having some murders back then, that we wasn't finding all those that was doing the killing. Now we are. But what we need to do is follow, maybe look back at what happened 25 years ago. They got with the pastors of this community and brought the leaders of this community in together and sat down, and they came up with some good observations on how they could handle some of these situations. And a lot of it went back to mental illness.
Yeah, well, we know that the community speaks. I've talked to the sheriff about this before, about how we resolve these crimes so quickly in many cases. And he says the streets speak. And so we do learn from our community. So that's why I say the community has to really be involved with this public safety effort and to try to curtail our homicides in this community. We've got to do something about it. We're on a record this is going to be a record year for homicides, and that's not a good record for Macon-Bibb County to have. Thank you all for your comments. Any other business to come before this committee? If not, we are adjourned.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chairman Wynn. Final committee meeting, Operations and Finance, Chairman Watkins. Let me turn this over to you at this point. Yes, sir.
And we have a few items on the agenda, 2 in the consent agenda. And I have one follow-up item that I want to ask the committee to add to the agenda. It's follow-up conversation from last week. The ad hoc committee on coin-operated amusement machines have a resolution appointing that short-term board. But we'll start with the minutes. And we have one item that's tabled on the agenda from carryover from last week as well. But I'll start with the approval of the October 27th minutes.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second on the minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. And I'll make the motion to add item A, the establishment of the ad hoc advisory committee. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for one additional agenda item. Further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I hear 3. Do I have a full quorum? I do, right? All right. Next 2 items are consent agenda items. One is a resolution with Chorus Group in the amount of $324,000 for cloud hosting and disaster services for IT maintenance. It was budgeted, and I think it's a renewal contract. And the other is also for the IT department, $124,000 for the Microsoft license subscription fees for fiscal year 2021. That bill is due, but again, it's the Microsoft Office, I believe, for the county.
And Brett Lavender is on the line, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Lavender, or any reason to remove these items from consent agenda for discussion? If not, I'll take a motion on the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. 2 items. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Lavender.
Feels good.
So the next item on the agenda is again the ad hoc advisory committee, and Mr. McNeil can help me out with the explanation of it, but it's establishing a 10-member committee for up to a year to research and provide recommendations on coin-operated machines. Again, this is a temporary. I have listed names. I'll read them out. Amber Jones, who's an attorney. Roy Miller, who's an attorney. Carl Myers, community leader. Representative James Beverly. Susan Maddox. Liz Fabian, both journalists. Greg George, economist from Macon State. George Crawley, the chair of the West Side Community Neighbors, a designee from the Sheriff's Office, and a designee from the District Attorney's Office. Is the current structure. And again, having them, and it would automatically dissolve December 31st, 2021.
Okay,
Question?
and the ultimate goal is?
Yeah, so the ultimate goal is to establish, or again, inform us as the commission as to the situation with coin-operated machines, and to provide, I guess, answers to questions and best practices on protecting our consumers, as well as the folks that are, I guess, the players and the owners. Anecdotally, I've heard of a lot of uniformity issues. I think one of the biggest things that stand out to me is that state law is prohibiting actual cash payouts, but somehow it seems, though anecdotally, we hear that a lot of those stores do that. And I'm sure there are some correct actors, but I think we owe it to ourselves to understand. I think I reported last month for the month of August that our community $4 million in net proceeds happened. So it's even from a business license standpoint, I think we received like one employee, like less than $100 for our annual business license, and the industry is doing $4 million. So I have questions. I think it's a great way for us to get a true understanding and getting approximate to the situation. Right now,
I'm sorry, I thought you were.
I yield.
I appreciate this committee. I think that it's a good one to have. I wish we knew, well, how are we going to address these issues of these ones paying out cash? I mean, are they going to look at all the coin operated machines in Macon-Bibb County, or how is this going to come about? You got a great committee there working on this.
So that's one of the reasons I included the economists and the Macon State. So every month, these businesses are required to report, do a kind of somewhat of a detailed revenue report to the state. One of the things on that is that 50% of the sales, they're just rules that are involved. And to be honest with you, I don't have any great solutions to it. And I just don't think that we have enough information as a government to make any real reactions. And I think there's and I think about places that part of my stuff was looking at Atlantic City, Vegas, places that have gambling as part of their culture, spend a lot of time on what they call gaming commissions to ensure that folks are being safe and being fair. Just a simple thing, like one of the things that stands out to me, again, anecdotally, that there is no uniformity as to, it's all computer generated in terms of winnings. One machine can have a 90% payout, another can have a 5% payout, and the owner at the register can control that with use of a phone, is what I've heard in some instances. And Vegas has a lot of safeguards and folks that just protect people. So again, I don't know how that's actually instituted. So that's just part of what I think we should be able to get studied and get some report on.
Thank you. Looking forward to that.
Mr. Chair, is the first action going to be to review all the laws that allow for this industry to be in business? Because there are laws that allow for this industry to be in business. And so I just hope that there's not a foregone conclusion that this committee is going to end up, and come out with all of the stuff that says, be gone, this industry be gone. It just isn't going to go away. So
I agree with that. And I guess part of my thoughts is let's establish best practices. Like, what are the whether or not, like, so even on payouts, however you do that, are we using receipts? Are we using payout cards? Or what is the uniform way? What happens when there is a dispute? Someone hits, and I've heard it anecdotally, someone hits it for $2,000 and the store stuff happens. Some people do fair, some people don't. And I think we owe it to our citizens to have some form of uniformity. And I think that part of my reason is I realize that there are some people that are some business owners that are operating perfectly within the confines of the law, and they should be rewarded with a fair playing field. And there's some, again, anecdotally, that I understand may be taking advantage of, again, no local enforcement outside of the district attorney's efforts and those type of things. But I do want, and my hopes are that the lawyers and everybody that's on the committee are fair, because I think you're right that folks have a desire to gamble and enjoy these games. But I think we can, if we look in it and get a little bit more proximate to the situation, we can provide folks with a safer, better experience. Because folks are, in some cases, getting ripped off. I've heard anecdotally.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman. I think this committee is a good idea, and I hope that the idea is that it'll do a comprehensive study and look at, all the different aspects. You mentioned a number of things, and somebody asked whether we're going to look at the rules. I think Commissioner
the law.
Lucas. Yeah, and but that's a start.
And then you got to figure out, okay, so how do these rules affect people? How do they affect the community? How do they affect potential income to the city? So there are a lot of things here to look at, and we need to look at all of them. That's what I mean by a comprehensive study. You look at all aspects of it, and then start working on what we need to do.
If I may.
Yes, yes, please.
We've been dealing with this issue since I was on planning and zoning back in 2011, almost 10 years ago. I've never in my life had one citizen ever approach me and said they were treated unfairly in a store by using a gambling machine. Never. The Georgia Lottery regulates these things. State law, the GBI, the District Attorney's Office, and attorneys that have faced a number of these cases. Commissioner Watkins, under the old government, you have led an effort that made me pay more attention when I was on planning and zoning. And so I just don't think creating a committee is going to do anything that the Georgia Lottery and its lawyers, the state and its lawyers, and the district attorney and their resources can do differently. I mean, people just don't like them, but give me a list of folks to show up. Or let's call for a meeting of folks to show up and complain about they've been treated unfairly in these stores. People love gambling. They go to Mississippi on a regular. Georgia is now trying to get casinos in here, and I support it, look forward to it. Whenever I can go to a casino, I try to hide from my wife because she's steady pulling me away from the machine. So I just don't get it. What are we trying to really accomplish that those with more resources have not been accomplishing? And in particular, the GBI, who the sheriff will tell you is the lead enforcement of going in and making cases. Now, what we can possibly do is try to look at through, and I think you tried to help her, you've said some stuff, we've talked about it, public safety. We just got to do more with that committee, that we can look at stores that don't have gas machines and so forth. And if a store is open and I'll give you an example, the worst one in Macon, and y'all may have others, is in my district at Log Cabin in Napier. Somebody just got murdered there last week in the area. Packed. Ain't never in life sold a piece of gas, but the cars everywhere and the place is packed. And so, you know, that guy who owned that supposedly had relatives that work in the sheriff department. So let's start at those stores that don't have, and I thought we did a resolution of stores that didn't have gas pumps that we were going to do something regular on. And so I think we start from there and just see what are we really trying to accomplish and just be honest. You know, folks that are complaining to us privately, let's start to say it and tell the stories. Because other than that, I haven't heard any stories of folks get taken advantage of.
So, and if I may, so in the lowest income communities in our district, this is where a large track of your disposable income is going to these machines. This is the form of entertainment that we use. And I think several members made the point that right now gambling in Georgia is illegal. Like if we open up a casino in Macon legally, there are a whole bunch of people who do not have a license to open a gambling casino as much as we want to. Like that's one of your, gambling is a very addictive thing, especially with folks that lack hope and lack income. That's how it works. That's why they're in the community. There's a predatory nature about it. And we owe it to our folks to make sure that folks are operating within the law. Several occasions, the GBI, the Georgia Lottery, are constantly fining, counseling license, denying license for folks that they are catching operating within our district that are doing it. Both our sheriff and our district attorney have vice squads and large parts of their time contribute to this effort. 5% of our murders, I think in the well, it was last year, so it's probably changed now, but I think it was the year of 2019, 5% of our murders happened at gas stations that usually have these things. Like there's something going on. Like even when you're talking about robbing these stores, that happens a lot. Like these are the stores that are targeted. So like I say, we have the report now, and you've got stores that more like 100% of their income is coming from these machines at hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. That's what folks are robbing. That's what folks are protecting. That's what folks are getting mad about and shooting over disputes. Like there are many court cases from our district attorney and our sheriff's office that highlight this as a problem. Matter of fact, we had an officer on Pinona, I think, went to jail because he was involved in this practice, which is corruption. Like there's something going on that we need to get more approximate to. We talk about the murder rate, the crime rate. Most of that is related to folks not having enough money. A lot of folks lost their whole check in these machines. And now you go out and steal right down Houston Avenue, sometimes from the guy you just lost the money in the machine from that same convenience store. It is a cycle that we've got to get more approximate to because all of these things are connected. You can go homeless on these machines, and people have lost wives, husbands, families, homes, cars on these machines. Gambling is a problem. And I guess what I'm saying is let's spend a little time, let some community members who are concerned look at it, just like we're doing with fatalities and pedestrian deaths. Let's let some folks look at it that feel like it and give us something solid. Not saying that as a matter of fact, the state is precluded in most cases for us even making any changes. It's protected by the lottery, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying let's figure out what's going on and see if we can provide some protections to our folks. Maybe a addiction hotline number that we can stick on the machine if somebody's looking for some help, may be a suggestion. But we got to get a bit more approximate because you're right. I've been working on it for 10, 12 years, and me solo with my brain and us with our brains are limited in what we can come up with, but we have no written reports to help us in that situation. I'm sorry, I'm spending too much time for that year.
Mr. Chair, no,
Yeah.
I appreciate all you're saying. I think that what your ad hoc committee is really I'd like to see it more of a community crime coalition, which would take in homicides, would take in the gambling and the vice things, and would help these people. But a community crime coalition, maybe call it that, and you've got a great committee there, but involve some really, some people that are not, well heeled, if you will, in the community, just people in neighborhoods that can get in there and say, hey, we see this going on. This is where we can try to help you with information, but make that coalition a little bit larger in numbers of people. You don't want to get too large because you can't manage it, but have the neighborhoods have people involved in this coalition. Just a thought.
Yeah, I like community. I wrote it down. Community Crime Coalition.
Crime Coalition, a CCC for short.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this, and that would take into all the things you're talking about, the vice, and I agree with you. Gambling can be an addiction, and for someone to spend their check on that versus taking care of themselves and their families is sad, but it happens, And
I know I've talked exhaustively on the issue. I hope I hadn't ignored anybody who was trying to speak or anything, but
Okay,
I'll take
do
a
you need,
recommendation from the
Mr. Chair,
committee.
you need a motion on that? I was gonna move to approve. I just would caution this group to know what can be done by such a group and what cannot be done. What's already in the law that governs this kind of activity, and what such a committee, whereas they could make recommendations all day long, but the bottom line, what can you do beyond that? So anyway, I'll move to approve.
That's a motion, and I'll second. Thank you. And Mr. McNeil, would you mind speaking to that? Make sure I say it right. I think recommend is literally all they can do, but just make sure I'm right.
Yes, sir, I'd be glad to. So this ordinance creates the Ad Hoc Advisory Board for the purpose of studying operations and business practices of businesses offering coin-operated amusement machines in Macon-Bibb and the general compliance of businesses with laws relating to COAM operations and enforcement practices relating to violations for state and local laws. So it's a study committee. The board is empowered to make recommendations to the commission regarding local policy changes. And there is a little room in the state law for local regulation, but as Commissioner Lucas mentioned, it's not much, but they make recommendations to the county, and they can also make recommendations for consideration if the county commission wants to send something a local legislative delegation to see if you can change state law. It appoints the 10 board members that Commissioner Watkins mentioned earlier, and allows the commission to appoint additional members or remove members at any time if needed. The board dissolves automatically on January 1st, 2022 by operation of law, unless the commission gets together and extends the existence of the board beyond that. It's just like any of our other boards, subject to open meetings and open records requirements, and they'll have access to the services of the clerk of commission to support them with things like taking minutes and organizing the meetings, and the county attorney's office to advise on the purposes of the official operations of the board. And so, to the extent that anyone has questions about, where's the authority for the local commission versus the General Assembly, that would be an appropriate question to ask the county attorney's office. We'd be glad to research that on their behalf and to get them a report. The board is required to make at least one report back to the commission before July on progress and findings, and then to make a second report and make any recommendations before the end of 2021. So there's at least 2 reports that are required of the board back to the commission. And they do not have any authority to spend any funds, to obligate the county, to sign any contracts on behalf of the county, bind the county or any employees or elected officials. And for all purposes, they're operating just as an extension of the commission. And then section 7, the last substantive section, mentions that they have the power to contact others and ask them questions relating to their purposes, but they can't compel appearances. They don't have subpoena power. They don't have the power to put anyone under oath and ask them questions. But if somebody, for example, they want to invite somebody from Georgia Lottery Commission to come down and talk to them about how this all works, if they're willing to do that, then they have the power to make that invitation, or to talk to somebody from, the sheriff's vice team or the DA's vice team, or even some business owners that have these machines, call them in and ask them questions and say, tell us what you know. They have the power to do that, but they just can't compel anybody. And so based on all of that, they'll review kind of the status of what's going on and then make recommendations and reports back to the commission.
Cool. Makes sense to me. Any further questions for Mr. McNeil? If not, any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank y'all for that. Our next item is an ordinance to approve and authorize appropriations of up to $930,000 from 2018 Splash Revenue Central City Park line item for the purposes of renovating Carolyn Creighton Park softball complex. And I'm sure Clay Murphy is available for the picture.
Commissioner, the pictures of the park, yes.
Yeah, I know. And I wanted to tell, I started to put these on the consent agenda, but I wanted to make sure folks had a sense of what we were constructing. Got a little confusing last time. So you could just run through the quick list of what we're improving.
Sure. Well, like I said, you guys have approved the contract for these folks, but this is an ordinance to appropriate the funds. We failed to do that last time. But basically what we're doing is we're stripping all the fields, all the grass, all the infields.
Oh, this is that leveling. Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Stripping the grass, removing the fence, removing the dugouts and the bleachers, and then regrading those fields, the 6 that are there now, putting up new fencing, new grass, new infields, new irrigation system, new dugouts, new bleachers, as well as trying to address the stormwater concerns that we have down there. Instead of letting the water sheet, we're going to try to collect it and then put it into a pipe and then into the ditch there, instead of just letting it sheet across the ground. But you guys approved the contract with the vendor. We just didn't appropriate the funds for the vendor.
Okay. Further questions, comments? If not, we have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. While you're here, there's another SPLOST available on the agenda I want to move to.
It was actually item F, which is the 28th Amendment to the timeline, and that had to deal with Lake Tobesofkee. It probably should have been done simultaneous to the Lake Tobesofkee.
Lake Tobo was in the other committee, so then y'all approved that, right?
They did.
All right.
All right, motion to approve. Item F.
Yeah. I have a motion for item F, and excuse me for jumping around. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I wanted to know if these were being placed ahead of any other projects.
Not that I'm
You know,
aware of.
we've talked about items coming up that are placed ahead of others that we've approved already. I just want to make sure we're not doing that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We don't have anything that's been given to me to have placed on the agenda.
All right. Sounds fair. Did we get approval on that one?
I think you were waiting for a motion, for a vote. We did a motion.
You got a motion.
You
Got a motion and you got a motion and second.
All right. Yes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, can you let Clay address your tabled item while he's here?
It's the 8,000 for architectural designs for North Macon.
That's right. It's item 4A.
All right. I have a motion. I'll make a motion to remove from the table.
Second.
I have a motion on the table. We have further information. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. So item 4A.
Commissioners, several years ago, many years ago, we had appropriated money in the previous SPLOST for Theranossery Park. We had done a couple of things there. Primarily, the first phase was to upgrade the ball fields and address some drainage issues there. We did just like we're doing at Central City. We stripped them, new irrigation, storm drainage, those types of things. When the engineers had designed improvements for the rec center itself, there were insufficient funds to make those improvements. Most of the improvements will be inside the existing facility, upgrading the restrooms to be handicap accessible, taking care of the showers, new carpeting, new paint, new lighting, those types of things. This, because the plans were done so many years ago, and building codes have changed, the engineers are having to make changes to the plans to address the new building code changes. This is $8,000 to WM2A to make those modifications. Some of them are structural. There are some electrical changes that have to be made that were not part of the original plans because they weren't code required. And we're making some changes to the fire system there because those codes have changed. So primarily the fire code, the engineer for the fire systems and the electrical both want additional dollars to make those upgrades to the plans so that we can put it out for bid so that we can begin the improvements. This is the last rec center that has not had improvements done to it yet.
And remember, what's that total project like? I don't know if I'm...
1 second, please. We have $863,000. We moved some funds we had left from the Elaine Lucas Senior Center. We moved some funds from there to North Macon several months ago.
1%. Okay. Thank you. And so this is the last one.
This is the last center that has not had any improvements. That this was actually in the budget for the 2012 SPLOST, and we just didn't have the funds to make these improvements.
To the building. To
the
the building.
Correct, to the building.
Yeah, I know there's been improvements to the other parts of it, but not the building.
Right, we made improvements to the fields, not to the building.
Yeah.
All right. Further comments? We've already taken it off the table. Further comments and concerns on this passage?
Need a motion?
I definitely do.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The next item in order was the new employee pay scale. I didn't see an ordinance to approve the new employee pay scale.
Yes, sir.
I'll turn that over to Dr. Moffitt. He's got some updates for us.
Yes, sir. Rachel, if you will let me share the screen.
It is set up to do so.
All righty, thank you. Okay, let's see. Can you see that? No? All right, one moment.
Not yet. I can run in there if you need me to.
How about now?
I see Rachel.
How about now?
There you go.
Last time, so don't feel bad.
All right. Again, this has been a long work in progress. What you have in front of you today is the request to approve the reevaluation of the jobs and the pay ranges for those jobs. Once you approve it with recommendations I get from you today, in 2 weeks, we will tally up that amount and present you with the supplemental to try to get this implemented in that first payday in January. Where we are today is just to refresh, we have about 1,781 employees, 1,631 full-time, and that 1,700 number includes 150 vacancies. Please note that in working with the consultant, we worked with each department head, got their recommendations. I will say that the consultant did not agree with some of the recommendations from the department head, so we did make a call on our side because of just the information presented with fire, police, and the various department heads. We're still working on two departments, the tax commissioner and the clerk of superior court. They are constitutional officers, so they are a little different. If you recall, right before this summer, the clerk of superior court made some salary adjustments, so we're going back and reevaluating that. And with the new district attorney coming in, she's reviewing her department and going to give us those recommendations. A couple of questions I will ask you at the end is in this pay study, are elected or constitutional officers to receive a 1.5% increase, which is one of the recommendations we have also. And same thing with grant positions and what we do with part-time. So if you would just remember those three questions, I'm going to come back to them at the end. The pay scale adjustments from the consultant, when they evaluated the jobs, we found that we had about 1,200 positions that were under what they recommend the minimum of a new range. So that adjustment is $3.8 million, and you add in benefits, that would bring total to $5.5 million, and that's an annual amount. And that will get everyone in our employment at least a minimum range what we consider to be very competitive in the market. About 285 employees were already above that minimum range. And so the discussion that we had with public safety was to ensure that everyone received some type of adjustment, was to give those employees a 1.5% adjustment of their current salary.
If you do that, that's roughly about $400,000 plus benefits of about 180 for a total of 583. So if you combine those two, oh, I'm sorry. If you combine that, then you get about $5.9 million on the pay scale. And so that's getting everybody something. That's getting minimum adjustments. They're not getting the minimum adjustment. Now the question is, what if the minimum adjustment is less than the 1.5? Our recommendation is that they get the greater of the two. So let's say the minimum adjustment is only like $500, but 1.5% of their salary increase is $800. We're recommending making that adjustment of $800. So that gives a pay scale of about 5.9 million. In talking to commissioners, were primarily Commissioner Watkins, he asked us to look at a couple of scenarios. One scenario was the longevity piece, because we tried to come up with a longevity piece of what if we gave everybody 2% a year for every year of service. There was some questions about when did someone start performing a particular job, when we had consolidation. So if you took to day one of someone's service 2%, that came up to about $14 million. And I told you I was not going to present you with such a number that I know we could not afford. If you recall, I told you that the key to this pay scale is what we can afford. So Commissioner Watkins asked us to look at what if we gave everybody $50 per year of service that they had. The consultant ran this, finance and the budget team, Julie, verified these numbers, that if you gave everybody $50 for each year's service, that's roughly about $944,000. And you add that adjustment that we have for benefits, that'll come to about 1.4 million. Now, this could be a one-time adjustment that would kind of get that compression level off, because if you add this to the annual salary, then it kind of throws the ranges off. And if you follow that logic that, you're locked into a range based on your job, but if you start adding to that, then it kind of gets it out of sync. But we can discuss that more if that's a direction you would like to go. Another option Commissioner Watkins asked us to look at is, what if we created an internal policy to where our minimum salary was $30,000? That would entail moving 205 people that currently make below $30,000. They make between 26 on the new scale. They make anywhere between 26 and 30,000. So that's 205 people. That would add an additional 532,000 plus 239 in benefits for a total of about 700,000. Now, there's a couple of things that happen with that. By having a what we call a floor of 30,000, you may have some reporting issues where the person reports to somebody that's right at that 30,000 range also. So you have to bump that person up also. We've not done those calculations to see what we will have to do in the adjustment going up the scale by moving the floor up to 30,000. That would be some additional cost, but just to get the floor, and that would be an internal policy that our lowest salary be 30,000, would cost about 771,000. So again, those other considerations, going back to the three, do we make the adjustments in our part-time ranks? Do we include grant personnel because they're paid for out of the grant? And do we include people that already have other stipulations of how they're paid, like our constitutional and elected officials that are paid at a particular statute, but yet you have the authority to increase that if you see fit. So with that, I want to go back to, we would like to, again, present you with a pay scale that will address the market compatibility, market competitiveness that started this whole thing. That's going to come in about 5.9 million. And so that's on an annual fee. So we will present you with a supplemental of roughly about $3 million that would take it from January to July. And then in the next budget, we can talk about longevity, unless you would like us to try to do something in this current adjustment.
If you will, Dr. Moffitt, go back to the $50 a year if we did that for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Now, I support this. You did a great presentation, and I consider myself pretty decent in math. I was that in school. 1.369 does not equate to, if you round up, to 1.4 million, sir. So I just wanted to make that notation. So great.
Again, I missed it a little bit.
Great presentation now. So if you look at that 1.369, that doesn't round up to 1.4. you way off.
Right.
So let's. I'm being sarcastic, but I'm being honest with you. But it was a great presentation. I supported it, but that I was just saying. So, but just for the record, you can round that up to 1.4. That number.
All right.
Sure. So, no, and I just wanted to echo as well. Thank you. That was important information. I like the way you did that, breaking it out. So the base, what you have before us is 5.5 million.
5.9.
That's 5.9. Like you say, everything else was not included, but thank you for providing it as a discussion point. I think that's important. With the, and I'll open up. So, tell me a little bit about the vacancies in that 5.9. That is assuming vacancies are there or not there. I might have, that's 17.
150 of the vacancies are there.
Okay.
Most of the vacancies we know are in public safety. In talking to the sheriff and the fire chief, they agree that this will allow them to probably work it right away to fill some of those vacancies. But the sheriff, and I don't see him on the call, but again, he'd be more than welcome. He'd be more than happy to talk to you. He has told me that he probably, on a good day in the next year, probably only fill about 50 of his vacancies. So my thought is that the vacancies that we don't fill, that we could probably freeze them or take them out of the next budget to kind of help our overall number come down. But again, our number is a moving number because every week we're either gaining employees or losing employees. So we're just going with a point in time on the number that we have. If you approve the document today, that would give finance and budget, well, primarily budget, to go in and start plugging in the numbers per employee. That way we can start calculating what those benefits numbers are going to be. And Julie's been doing a great job of tabulating that. She has an Excel spreadsheet that we call the Bible. Finance and HR both use it. And from there, we can start plugging and get you a final number in a couple of weeks of what that's going to be.
Okay. And you mentioned the department heads and the, I guess some stuff to sort out, right?
Right.
How much is online? I'm not sure if what you have 1,000 complaints from department heads or
no, sir. Most of all of the department heads, I'm pretty confident I've worked out their issues with them, except for the two I have to still follow, which is the clerk and the tax commissioner, and that's probably only about $50,000.
Okay, and not a lot in dispute amongst that.
Right. We're not going, it's not going to hold anything up, but we just want to be consistent on how we go about addressing titles and pay ranges to make sure that, an example, administrative assistant in one department is equivalent to administrative assistant in another department.
Yeah. And I'll turn it over to the rest of the committee. But for me, I know if I was choosing between the two, the idea of accounting for years of service versus the 1.5. I just had one pot of money that I could spend. I think those numbers were somewhat close. Well, maybe not exactly close, but a couple $100,000 separating them. Like if that's how I would think about it, to honor years of service in some type of way rather than a blanket. Because I would assume that would be more if we had an officer who worked for 20 years. He would be, and that would also handle the compression at the same time a little bit. I know $50 ain't a whole lot to be talking about, but like you said, it's kind of an interesting thing because it multiplies really quickly. When you're talking about doing 2.5 per year, like that was a crazy number. But yeah. I'll open up to do I see Commissioner Lucas?
Yeah, yes, sir. I had a concern that was expressed to me from the tax commissioner's office, and I'm glad that was still being worked on, because it's my understanding that there are a number of employees that have been there that have the longevity, but they have actually trained some people who now make what they make. And so you can imagine that is a real morale problem there. I think some of them have even sought legal action or whatever. I don't know whether you're familiar with it or not, but I think it's serious enough to take a look at. And so I'm just wondering if that's going to be a part of what you'll be looking at with tax commission?
Well, it is, but that longevity is not just the tax commissioner, that's throughout the government. So that is something that in this upcoming budget that we definitely want to get a policy in place of what do we account for longevity? What do we account for a year of service? Primarily not just a year of service, but a year of service in that job. So if somebody's got promoted, you know, you don't go back to day one and pay them, you know, 20 years in that job, but they've only been in that job for 2 years. So we have to probably do some type of, I hate to use this word, subcommittee, and really discuss what is going to be our policy on longevity and how we're going to account for it.
All right, that is important because it is a big problem, especially in that tax commissioner's office with a number of employees. So.
Yeah, and I saw it when looking at a spreadsheet. Like I was looking at that bottom level. Like it's kind of interesting. Like we move everybody up to the minimum, and that results in the 1-year employee making 26 and the 18-year employee also making 26 because they've been there in that same run. It just kind of, if we can fix it with a little bit of distance, I think it does. And that's what I hear a lot of, like I think you just mentioned it, a lot of police officers have complained about that over the years. And it becomes like one of those things. We can fix it on the front end. I know why we get into the situation, because doing those movements every year is expensive. But yeah, so I appreciate giving us an option on that. Can you refresh me? Like if we did everything, if we include, what was it? 5.6 plus another 1.3. If you did years of service recommendations.
Yes, if you did 5.6 plus 1.4.
Yeah, I was on a Zoom call, and that's why.
That'll be 7 million.
7 million?
Yes, sir.
Yep, it happens quickly. And then because I was asking y'all real hard about the living wage, 30,000. I appreciate you giving me that number. And I told you it wasn't like you were scared it was gonna be like a $3-4 million number. It's not that much. Like that's a lot of, like I know you're talking about we can still have issues of compression, but that is a big chunk of our public works departments, parks and beautification departments, facilities management. Like that's a lot of the folks when we be doing service requests, that's where they're housed at, in those lower ranks. So yeah, again, I thank for the consideration, giving us something to discuss. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, sir. I like the original proposal. Again, what Dr. Moffitt's telling us, and I think we need to understand, is we have to be able to afford this. So I like the original proposal with the 1.5% minimum raise. I don't think we can afford, even though it sounds like a little bit, with the compression kicking in there, the $50 per year. Based on years of service, I think you're going to end it. I think it'll have some adverse effects like laying people off or eliminating positions down the road. So I like the original proposal. I'm glad that it's been tweaked. I know there were some missing titles. So Dr. Moffitt told me they've adjusted for that. So I don't know about part-time employees or constitutional officers or grant people, but I like the original proposal as it is with a 1.5% minimum, and also making sure, which I know it consists of, nobody's going backwards.
Can we let Commissioner Allen speak, please?
Oh yeah, he's not on my screen. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
You gotta unmute.
You have the floor.
You must be muted.
Commissioner Allen, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Where do we now end up with other communities of our size with our pay scale? We've redone the pay scale. We're trying to catch up with everybody. But I see what you're doing about the $50 for each one per year and all that. But where are we with other communities our size that pay their staff? I mean, are we close? Are we ahead?
We are very competitive, especially I feel in public safety, and talking to the consultant. The consultant original numbers were lower in public safety, but once they met with the chief and sheriff, and they made their case as to why they think it need to be a little bit higher, we agreed to internally make that number higher. Our starting salary for a certified firefighter and a certified deputy is $40,800. I believe that the recommendation from the consultant, and please don't hold me to this, but I believe it was like 36 for sheriff and 34 for fire. So we are a little above that average. So to answer your question, I think we're very competitive in the market.
How about our internal employees, those that write the checks, those that work in downtown, those that ride the trucks?
Well, they based their recommendations on what they did was a spot sample of the market, where they sampled 40 positions and used that as an average to come up with the pay ranges that they're recommending. So again, I believe we are very competitive with the new numbers, and but it's going to be dependent on how we move forward to keep us competitive. Because I believe, we got in this situation because we've not done any type of pay adjustment over the couple of years. So in order to stay competitive, we're going to have an internal policy of how we move forward.
Well, that was the one thing I was worried about how our people like yourself and other individuals that are there, our clerks, our secretaries and all, losing them and losing their experience is just as much to me as losing a firefighter or a deputy.
Correct.
I mean, you have to keep them, and we have to keep everybody, we have to keep that funding coming in for them to take care of them somehow. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'm sorry. Let me switch to gallery view. Any other comments, questions on pay scale at this time? Remember, Dr. Moffitt had a few follow-up questions for us. So if there are no more direct questions.
Mr. Chairman, the sheriff has joined you.
All right. Has he got something for me?
No, I'm just, all right, Mr. Chairman, I'm just glad y'all got to this point, and what you were saying is true. I want to clear up something on the vacancies. We have nearly over 100 vacancies ourselves, but as Dr. Moffitt said, in a good year, we would hope to hire about 50 to 75, particularly with this new pay scale. And if we hire them, we'll work on finding the money later, but this will really help us. And so it does make us competitive. I've heard that come up too. This really makes us competitive with the other agencies here close by. So I think it will make an impact.
And also, Mr. Chair, yes. Sheriff, congratulations on your re-election. I think that's going to do a lot too to get morale, where it needs to be. So congratulations on that.
Well, thank you. And if I may chime in one more thing too, when you talk about constitutional officers in being included in the raise, I can't speak for the others, but I will forego my portion of this because our raises and things are set by statute. And I've worked hard enough to get this for my people, so I don't feel like I want to take part in it. I appreciate the gesture, but I'll forego my 1.5 for somebody else.
Hey, thank you, sir. Could you pull back up that first sheet where you had those questions for us? I think we might be answering those. And it's also my understanding that us elected officials really don't have that option to just arbitrarily give ourselves a raise. I didn't think it worked like that.
I think so.
For the next.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just the only comment I want to say, I know there's a lot of hard work being put on this, and I thank Dr. Moffitt and everybody that's worked on this, you too. I just think that $50 a year thing is one I can't see us doing right now. Other than that, I don't have a real big problem with it, but I just think that's something we need to hold off on. Nice thought, but that's something we can't do right now. Can't afford it, really. Just my thoughts.
Yeah. Like, I think even in my head, I was thinking of it as it would either be the 1.5 or the other compression. And I think part of it was trying to figure out a solution to the compression issue because it is a thing that we're doing. But any decent, because even when you talk about $50, it ain't a whole heap of money. But in any decent solution, we don't have the exact. I think the first thing that Dr. Moffitt came up with was it $14 million? It was the most expensive part of the plan to really do it right.
Yes, sir. And that was based on if you we gave a COLA 2.5% a year for a number of years. So that's where that initial idea came from.
Right. And I guess that just kind of highlights the fact that the number is so big. It really highlights the amount of compression that we have within our ranks, because it's fully possible for a 20-year officer and a 1-year officer to be very, very close. Apparently that's not normal in a lot of communities, but like I say, it's where we are. Just going down your questions though, like you said, there's nothing that we can, the department head recommendation I wrote down at maybe $50,000 left to consider there, but y'all have worked that out internally. Tax commissioner and clerk of court and DA, that's still ongoing.
Yeah, well, that's the 50 to $100,000 I'm referring to.
Okay, so the department head recommendations are outside of that?
No, the department head recommendations are taken care of.
Okay, but you got 50 to 100,000 remaining in the constitutional officers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the next question was, are elected constitutionals receiving 1.5? I'm gonna say no for the group, but if somebody wants to speak up in favor of elected officials getting 1.5,
I don't think they can.
Mr.
yeah,
Chairman,
I thought it was.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So in section 1 of the ordinance, the last sentence in that paragraph, it says this pay scale shall not apply to any elected officials or any employees whose rate of pay is otherwise set by law. So they're all completely exempt out.
All right, so we all on the same page on that one. The grant positions being addressed with 1.5, I guess provide me some context as to why they wouldn't be.
Well, some grants are not some, but most grants are paid for in the grant itself. And so the salaries are included in there, and there are sometimes a fixed amount in there. But we do have some grant positions that we do give a supplement to also.
So are grant positions on the pay scale? Or how does that work? Are they separate from it?
No, their positions are included in the pay scale at the amount that they're being paid for by the grant.
Just because I'm curious, I guess it's more important. Do we have a dollar amount associated with grant positions? If we gave them the 1.5, is it like a $7,000 thing or a $7 million thing?
Yeah, I don't know, but it would be small. Yeah, probably 10 to 20,000.
Oh, well.
I mean, grant positions are grant positions. Once the grant is gone, the job ends. And so, we had a person years ago downstairs, supposedly, been working on some stuff. And so, I mean, grant positions are grant positions. I mean, sheriff department have grant positions. So he had to either take over them and substitute the grant positions, or the job just ends. You just don't, look for the government to keep paying grant positions. It's a grant position.
And in this current budget, some of the grant positions salaries were adjusted because of the grant. So they've already received some type of increase.
And to me, that sounds like it ends up being very case by case. I don't know. Some it makes sense. I know because some grant positions y'all done had for like 10, 12 years, hey?
Yeah, I mean thinking about it, all of the ECD positions are grant positions except 2.
So I think probably with that one, could you get us, I don't know, whatever the recommendations are from y'all side, I can understand why there would be some yes, some no's. I was just me thinking about it.
All right, I'll get you a number.
And then I guess the same thing with part-time. What is the situation? How many I'm under the impression when I was going through this stuff, I don't see a lot of part-time employees that work for us. Seems like less than 100.
Yes, definitely less than 100. How many? 63. 63.
And like 20 of those lifeguards?
No, those we consider seasonal.
Oh, yes, okay. So what? Give me just a rundown on where do we see?
Tell you what we do, we will include it. We will include it in the supplemental, and if you want to take it out, you can take it out at that time.
No, and one of the things I did notice that there's they're like interns, and it's a wide range of folks that can be part time. Like there's some court people that are part time too that make $20, $30 an hour. It's just not all like $7 an hour. I think animal control got some folks that are part time.
Yes.
Yeah, those are kind of like the lowest ones.
Yes.
And I don't know, rest of the committee, just members from the commission. What's y'all thoughts on?
I think you and Dr. Bucket need to start having lunch more often.
I agree.
That's what I think. I mean, let's move on.
Well, the problem that Dr. Moffitt has had, I think both of us are having, is that these ain't decisions that me and him should be making in a vacuum, because I think me and him disagree. Obviously, y'all know I want to pay everybody. He's trying to make sure he saves us some money, and I'm just trying to be fair and making sure that all sides are being.
If I might say, this has been a tedious process that all sides need to be commended and recommended that we have reached this point and gotten this far. I think the administration has done a superb job. I think you, Mr. Chairman, have done your due diligence. We talked, I spoke directly with Dr. Moffitt and Julie. I've talked to most recently Commissioner Mallory Jones about it. I think we all are ready to move on, get this part of it out of the way, and look forward to how the new administration can continue to further add more value and revenue streams to either continue this and even increase it where it can be. So everybody just needs to be commended, and I think we all may be on the same page with this particular resolution at this time. And so I encourage you're committed to move forward on. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. But Mr. Chairman, we can give you that in a breakdown in the supplemental. So it'll be the total, but it will be the bulk of it, which will be the adjustment, the 1.5%. We can break down the part-time. We can break down the grant positions. And then if it's too much, then you can take it out at that time.
All right, and I guess. And you need a vote today. And right now that's the base of 5.9, if I wrote this down correct.
Well, what the vote today is of you approving the scale and the titles. And from there, we will take the individuals in those titles and assign them their pay amount, and then we would get the total from there.
All right. And I think if I'm understanding the committee right now, as we vote, that would be a voting for, I guess, the estimated. Go to slide 3. So 5.5 is what we're voting on today. If someone has amendments, you see what that's worth, but this is what we're discussing and sending to the administration today.
Correct.
Can I comment on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to clarify. So the ordinance that's before the commission right now sets out those ranges for, and it includes ranges for part-timers, it includes ranges for seasonal employees, all of that, and provides that those people will be placed at a pay grade that's either bringing them up to the minimum on the range or giving a 1.5% increase of their current salary, whichever is larger. And so I just want to mention if it's the will of the commission to, for example, exempt out part-time or seasonal employees, I can prepare an amendment before next week, before the final vote, just to clarify that, any certain groups are exempted out. Just follow up with me and I can attend to that, later. But this includes anyone that's on our pay scale, anyone that's in any of the positions that's listed on there is going to get an increase up to the minimum of the brackets or a 1.5% increase, whichever is more.
All right, so let me ask this just for clarity. The 5.6 includes no, I'm sorry, because the 1.5, so it includes part-timers and grants receiving that now? When I look at that number, or would that be added on, or don't worry? Either way, I'm
Yes.
less than 1,000.
Yes, the 63 part-time are in there.
Okay, so that's already in there. So if somebody
Yes, sir.
wants to disagree, you need to take it out, not add it.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so I think everybody understands that. And if you wanted to add, the 1.5 is added, the living wage is not included, and the years of service is not included. If me or somebody offers it as an amendment, that's the only way it would be included.
Correct.
Everybody same page with that.
Right,
right.
that's right.
All right. Well, I have
Mr. Chairman,
questions or a motion from the committee. Yes, sir.
just a question, Mr. Chairman. So, Dr. Moffitt, you're telling us the grants are not included because they kind of function on their own as needed. So, just includes part-time and seasonal people, and they're according to the scale, right?
Not what I just wrote down. So
okay,
we didn't hear it right. What said? Tell me one more time, Michael. I wrote down the exact opposite of what Commissioner Jones said.
So this includes everybody that has that's currently on our pay scale right now. It just reassigns their job title to a new pay scale range and then gives them an increase of either to the minimum of the bracket or 1.5%. So anybody that's not on our pay scale right now, if they're just a contract employee, for example, through a grant, that's not going to be on here. But if it's a grant that's for like a full-time, sheriff's deputy, then that would be on here. So the grants are going to be, it's going to depend on the grant because some of them are contract and some of them aren't. But generally speaking, no elected officials, everybody else.
No constitutional officers.
Right.
Okay, just trying to clarify.
Thank you. Further questions, comments, concerns, amendments, motions?
Didn't we do a motion already?
No.
We didn't do one to approve?
No.
We jumped right into the conversation.
Well, I moved that we approve. I thought we had made that motion.
No.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And we still have items on our agenda. I know. Ma'am. Next item is a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with Positive Innovations in the amount of $4,500.86 a month with a 3-year guaranteed rate renewal to provide employee assistance program for the Macon-Bibb County employees to be paid from the human resources budget. Mayor Ricketts is the sponsor. What type of employee assistance do we provide with Positive Innovations?
This is for counseling services. We do know that this is a very stressful time with COVID and virtual learning and everything that's going on. So we decided to do the RFP. The current provider we had was he only had one location, only had hours of 9 to 5. So we put an RFP out there to see if we could find better. And we believe we have. We had 2 respondents. It is a little more, and let me explain that breakdown to you. We currently pay $2,250 a month, and that's for employees that go, and I believe they get 8 sessions a year at this rate. The new company, the rate is $4,500 a month. But again, that's 24-hour service. We believe this will better help our public safety employees in the times that they need. They have multiple locations. They also have an 800 number that employees can call. And so I'm making this recommendation, and we will publicize this throughout the government because this is something I definitely believe in. and believe that employees could really use this service and take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Not just physical well-being, but mental
Right.
well-being.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
he answered, Dr. Moffitt answered a number of questions that I had, especially the part with having somebody that's available, a person to get to, because you don't want to have somebody in distress and they have to call a number and then be directed by the phone. That's just not going to work. And is it possible is that going to be placed somewhere like on employee? Well, nobody gets pay stubs anymore.
Well, no, we're going to market
how are
it.
you going to do?
HR, we're going to market it, send out flyers, send out all user emails. I will get with the department heads and make sure, because, well, that's mostly I got the information from department heads and talking to the employees, making a recommendation.
Oh, okay. All right. Just need to make sure that they are aware that the services are available.
Okay. All right, and Dr. Duhart's on the phone with me. She apologized that she couldn't be on the Zoom call, but she's listening in, and she's saying that we're going to do a kickoff event for this. So we're gonna publicize this big time, because we do know that this is a much needed service for our employees.
All right.
Thank you.
Further comments, questions? One of y'all is on the phone with your speaker not off too. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
No, you didn't have either.
Yeah, I moved
You didn't
to
have
approve.
either.
Yeah, I moved to approve.
You have a motion
And second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
We're
carries.
tired.
Our next item is item E, which is an ordinance, a supplemental from fund balance for emergency management and disaster control items in the amount of $100,000 to fund the expenses of prevention. And if I remember correctly, this was Spencer and gloves and stuff, right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's correct. Spencer mentioned this morning trying to build up our stockpiles because we are anticipating more cases, maybe another spike at some point. We're going into the winter months. So this is to allow us to find and acquire PPE for distribution as well as for in-house use by us and our affiliated agencies.
Let's do it.
Okay. And just so you'll know that this line item was already in the budget, but we never funded it. And so with COVID, we're tracking those expenses throughout the departments. So this is give us a better way of tracking it. Plus, it gives us a better way of being very proactive and quick, not just with PPE, but if we need to clean a facility, we can contact the company if we can't do it in-house on that day. So only Spencer through emergency management will be in charge of this account, and he will run all COVID-related expenses through this account. And we would feel like the seed money of $100,000 should be enough starting out.
All right. You have a motion for approval?
Yes.
Second.
And a second. Further comments, questions? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? This motion carries. The next item is to amend the 2015 blight bond budget to provide for the completion of Maddie Hubbard Park and Booker T. Washington Center and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Mayor Rickard. I think I talked to Cass, or I'll turn it over to you.
Right, and I hope Julie is still on the call with us. Julie Moore.
If not, I talked to Cass yesterday, so.
Right.
Okay, we're here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Well, I mean, this is the blight bond fund, so we're kind of trying to pool them to finish up these two projects, is my understanding.
Right.
Right. So this is to finish the Mattie Hubbard Jones Park. And there was a change order to build us some additional offices within the Booker T. Washington building to make it more functional. So we're applying the proceeds of the remaining blight bond funds to these two items.
Right. And again, Cass was been on to get an update, but we will schedule him for 2 weeks from now.
So this is all of the remaining money from each of our $1 million. Is that
That
it?
is that's my understanding.
Yeah, but Cass will be able to tell you because Julie's in my office and she said that there is some left in yours. So Cass will have the update of what's left in each account.
So in talking to Cass, he didn't completely zero it out, but he did take exactly what he thought was going to be needed for Mattie Hubbard and Booker T. But it's still not a big number left in there.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
If you look at the exhibit that's on the ordinance, the last page, it has what the balance will be after all of these moves are made in each account, in each line item.
And
I have it on the screen.
yeah, and I see it looks like inside of 70.
I just put it up on the screen so y'all can see it.
And I guess you got to do that overage of Mattie Hubbard, but.
So this column on the far right is what's left in each account after this change. So the yellow is where it's coming from, and then it's going to the yellow, the green's going to the green, and the pink's going to the pink. And this is what's left over.
Okay. Oh, that's a little bit. So still got a little bit to work with. Maybe we'll get a couple more houses down with that.
So just in the document.
And yeah, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Any opposed? This motion carries. And that was my last item of action. I stand to be corrected. We jumped around a good bit, but that covers everything I see on the agenda. If anyone has anything else for business for the meeting? If not, I yield back to you,
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The only thing is, I think we still need to take a look at where we are on all of the projects. We're about to end this term. And so we need to look at what's been done, what the status is of different projects. So we know what we've accomplished, what's been accomplished, and then look at where we are on those other things, because there are a number of projects that are in the works, and we need to make sure that those continue.
Yeah, and I know Cass was ready with his PowerPoint to provide us with that, but we didn't. I don't think we caught that enough time.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Chairman, may I ask this? And I'd like to ask Commissioner Lucas a question. I've heard her say that more than once. Let's be specific. Who are you asking to look at the projects?
I'm asking the administration.
So I can try to help get it done, or whoever's on the call. Let's be specific. Who are you asking to get?
I am asking the administration to prepare for us a listing of all of the projects that and wherever they are, what their status, whatever the status is. I'd like to see that. If there are projects that are halfway completed, 2/3 of the way completed, whatever, we need a status report on that. Then we need to know of those that are in progress. Are they going to be completed very soon? Is that going to extend over into the new administration? And how do we ensure that what we voted on will get done going forward? I think that's the major thing. So that's what I'd like to see.
And when I think about that question, I think splash projects from Clay Murphy and blight projects from Cass Hatcher. I think that, and part of me, I know that's what Cass was anticipating doing with this time, and that's kind of what that speech sheet shows.
But Mr. Chair, we've got Jeffersonville Road, we've got Pine Hill, where the engineering work has been done, but there's nothing else since then. And we, as a commission,
the engineering department needs to be able to provide us as well, I guess. That's what I heard. The engineering department is another.
Yes, yes.
And I think, Dr. Moffitt, you understand the question, right? Some type of project reports from these relevant, and I guess just using that list, the ESCO projects that are happening in facilities would also be a relevant.
Yes, sir. And I think, you know, we in this new Zoom environment, and me's been going kind of long because, you know, we were doing work sessions that would have accomplished this, but we've not been able to do a work session in a while because meetings have gone so long. But we would definitely try to schedule it either in the committee meetings, maybe give small updates, or try to schedule a work session at the next committee meeting.
All right. Now I was thinking maybe we don't have to do all at the same time, but let's just get on the schedule over the next couple of months for at least these 4, and I'm sure there'll be others as we think about it too.
Yeah, because we're about done. This term is.
Yeah, and like I say, that is a helpful refresher, and I think for folks that are coming on new for us to review these things, I think some of them might have already gotten that in just on their own, but will be helpful. Further comments, questions before I turn it back over to Mayor Rickard? If not, operations and finances adjourned.
Good. Thank you, Chairman Watkins. And I will work on a public hearing. And I'm thinking that maybe next Tuesday afternoon prior to pre-commission may be the best time. That way it would be time limited, you know, and wouldn't go on and on and on and on and on. But stay tuned for further details on that. And with no personal point of personal privilege pending, I'll declare these committee meetings adjourned. Thank you.